Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to most respectfully recognize the presence of another personality that walked in. We'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Robinson Tombari Sibe. Pleasure. Should we allow you to speak now, or we should wait after the next presentation you speak? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, to take the next presentation for 10 minutes, please help me welcome Dr. Robinson Tombari Sibe, who will speak on next generation pipeline security. Next generation pipeline security, an interesting topic.
I've been told I have 10 minutes. I was going to ask for it to be reduced if it was more than that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and next generation pipeline security, emerging technologies, evolving threats, and countermeasures. All right, so my name is Robinson Tombari Sibe. I'm the CEO and lead forensic examiner of Digital Footprints Nigeria Limited. I'm also a lecturer as well at the River State University. So I'm proudly in both of the sectors they were discussing. So this presentation, I'll rush us through most of this. I'm sure it's a session professional, so you already know the things here. So I'm going to skip any slide I think you already know. So we'll talk about understanding the pipeline infrastructure in the modern era. We'll look at the evolving threat landscape. We'll look at global lessons and case studies. And then I'll try to answer the question, should Nigeria be concerned? And then we'll look at emerging technologies, transforming pipeline security, and strategic countermeasures and best practices, as well. Talk a little bit about the role of regulation from this point of emerging risk, not the traditional regulation, and we look at the future, we do a future outlook. From the conversation, which was a very interesting panel session, you could tell that a lot is happening, a lot of digital transformation going on, a lot of efficiency also going on, and this is powered largely by automation and transition to cleaner fuels, as well as driven by emerging technology. So there is a certain smartness that has come in the pipeline space, but with that also comes vulnerabilities, and these vulnerabilities are more dangerous than the ones that those who carry pipeline cutters carry today in the physical world. So we go to understanding pipeline infrastructure in the modern era. Like was a very rich conversation that was held. Pipelines today are smarter. Pipelines rely on operational technology such as SCADA, the supervisory control, data acquisition, sensors, automated valves, remote terminal units, and control flows, pressure monitors, and safety operations. A lot has been integrated, bringing in great efficiency, and this has also been powered by emerging technologies in artificial intelligence and improvements in cyber physical systems. So why pipeline security is critical? I wouldn't that because as professionals in the pipeline sector, you already know the answer. So let's look at the evolving threat. As I mentioned earlier, today's risk is beyond the man who's carrying a cutter and going to saw at a pipeline. The risk today is digital. Whether we're there or not, we're moving in that direction where there will be a lot of automation in the energy space, a lot of automation in the critical national infrastructure space, and a lot of automation in the pipeline space. So the new actors today are not the guy hiding in the bush. They are cyber criminals, they are hacktivists, and they are exploiting remote connectivity. We have insider threats, we have sophisticated employees today who are compromising the system because the OT industry from a cybersecurity point of view is not very mature to look at some of the vulnerabilities. And then we have the very sophisticated state-sponsored attack. So you're not contending with an individual today, you're contending with very powerful nations that even your enterprise capacity cannot stand. So this is the landscape today, a very dangerous landscape that we're marching into. We try to classify this under physical threats, which we currently deal with, and then cyber threats, like the ransomware attack, technology, the state-sponsored cyber warfare, vulnerabilities in SCADA systems, and from the hybrid point where you have coordinated cyber-physical attacks. Where you have coordinated cyber-physical attacks in systems such as I mentioned, in SCADA systems, in ICES, and the likes. So, global lessons. Global lessons. All right, so global lessons. The number one case study which we look at is one you already know, which is the colonial pipelines. We woke up one day to see fuel queues largely in the east coast of the United States. I think over 40% of the pipeline operations was shut down. That was not because somebody tried to hack at the pipeline. It was a ransomware by a state-sponsored actor, a Russian-based cybercrime group called DarkSide. Another one, which happened within the period of 2015 to 2017, happened successively in Ukraine. And two of the very prominent ones are also malware attacks in Industria, which is basically an ICS, which damaged targeting ICS and cyber-physical systems, as well as NotPayer, which also is a dangerous malware. Also the one in Saudi Arabia, which we all know, the Triton malware, also attacking cyber-physical systems. So each of these events demonstrates this common truth. And that truth is that pipeline security is no longer purely a physical or engineering challenge. It's a national imperative. So the question is, should Nigeria be concerned? Should we be bothered? You can say that, oh yeah, we're using largely manual systems and old pipelines and all that. But definitely with the policies which have been reeled out, we're gradually, applying a lot of digital transformation, and we'll gradually get there. But should we wait until we get there before we're prepared? We're talking about artificial intelligence today. A lot of persons think it started today. Artificial intelligence has been around for decades. For decades before I got into university. It is the nations who took the step to get in, plunge in, and do a lot of research that are now the ones dictating the pace, and we're only just running all over the place as though it just happened. So we must not wait until all the pipelines are digitalized. We have to step in now, and that's why I'm happy that this kind of conference is happening. So I'll give you two reasons or two statistics showing that we have every reason to be concerned. There has been reported attacks at the energy, in a lot of SCADA, targeting SCADA in the energy sector. Also, a report by Kaspersky showed that 38.7 and ICS systems in the energy sector have been targeted and attacked in Nigeria. And that's a very disturbing statistics. So we look at the emerging technologies in pipeline monitoring, blockchain and IoT, which has aided secure tamper-proof monitoring, AI and machine learning, which we all know the way it's revolutionizing things, wireless sensor networks, digital twins, which I had a lot of mentions in the last session, and then drone and satellite imagery, which is also aiding the traditional way of monitoring pipeline, as well as cybersecurity technologies as well. So what are the emerging opportunities? What are the opportunities and risks around these emerging technologies? For IoT or IIoT, that's industrial Internet of Things, opportunity, real-time monitoring, leak detection, predictive maintenance. What are the new risks? Vulnerable endpoints can be exploited. In technical terms, we call that an increased attack surface. The more you have all of these technologies, the more the attack surface widens. The more the attack surface widens, the more the propensity of an attack, and the more the likelihood of the success rate. Also, cloud integration, which centralizes analytics. We're in the big data era, sensors generating massive data, and it needs to be processed. We're also having things such as edge computing, because of the fact that if you have to transmit all the way to the cloud and back, and it takes a lot of time, so processing is also done closer to the edge, closer to the ICS, closer to the SCADA. But the danger in that is that also threat actors can take advantage of that, because the IoTs were not necessarily designed with security in mind. So there's a lot of vulnerabilities. Artificial intelligence can help in anomaly detection, predictive maintenance, intrusion analytics, and a lot of other application areas. And in terms of the new risk in that area, data poisoning, like we know, deepfake telemetry attacks, and a whole lot. For drones and robotics, pipeline inspection and rapid response is an opportunity in that space. In terms of the risk, GIS spoofing and hijacking of autonomous systems. And I did a drone forensic project investigating a drone recently, and you'll be amazed at the things which could be done to a drone in operations. Also, blockchain has application areas in this space. Evolving threats include ransomware targeting OT, data-driven sabotage, supply chain attacks, insider collusion, and nation-state espionage. So, I'll just try as much as possible to move on. So what are the countermeasures, strategic countermeasures, and best practices? One, I group them under three: technical countermeasures, governance and policy, capacity, and collaboration. So we'll start with technical countermeasures. Defense in depth, like we know, traditional warfare tactics of having layers of defense. When you're talking about cyber-physical systems, you're bringing two, ordinarily, traditionally non-communicating entities together. You're widening the attack surface, so you need to put different layers of security. Also, network segmentation. You don't have to put your operations technology or put an accounting system, for instance, on your operations technology, or your mail server on your operations technology. You have to learn to segment your network. Zero trust architecture, real-time threat monitoring. Coincidentally, I was facilitating a session where we were teaching people how to do SIM monitoring at a very high level before I came here, and that's what I'm actually rushing back to. Endpoint hardening, operational resilience, business continuity planning, and all of that which is under operational resilience, and digital forensics readiness. Things will happen. When it happens, do you have the capacity to investigate in a scientific manner? And because it might end up in court, do you have the capacity to also present your reports in a legally defensible manner? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves, and that is what, as pipeline professionals, we need to look at it. Governance and policy. Adopt NIST SP 882, which is Guide to ICS Security. Everybody in the critical national infrastructure stage also needs to know what the nation is thinking, and in this regard, there is a national cybersecurity strategy and policy document authored by the Office of the National Security Advisor. You can have a look at it. So you align your plans with that, as well as mandate cybersecurity impact assessment and integrate risk oversight as well. Number three, capacity and collaboration. Develop the sector-specific incident response team. Fortunately, the NSA has also, through the Nigeria Cybersecurity Coordination Center, the NCCC, has set up sector sets. So we have energy set, which you fall under. What that is trying to do is to bridge that gap. Ordinarily, you have to report things to NG-CERT, which is the National Coordination Center for Incident Reporting, as in cybersecurity incident reporting. But they brought it closer to the sector level, so you can have, I was in one of those sessions organized by the Office of National Security Advisor about a month ago. And so things are also happening, and it is important that in the pipeline space, we also participate in this regard. Train engineers in OT cybersecurity. It's an area where we lack capacity. I teach in the university, I lecture cybersecurity and digital forensics, and I can tell you that we lack capacity in that regard in this country. I don't want to mention numbers, so I don't scare you. And then foster public-private partnerships, and then, just as they say, as though we shared manuals with them, partner with the academia. But I'm going to share in 1 minute or 2 minutes, try and tell you my own experience with this kind of partnership. As I mentioned, I happen to be in both the academia and in the industry. I had spent 17 years in the industry before I went into the academia out of love for teaching. My dad was a principal, so I just love teaching, so I decided to get in. If you want, which were points echoed here, if you want the industry to come, you have to make yourself very attractive. So the question is, are Nigerian universities ready to solve problems? Are they ready to collaborate? Are they ready to take on that responsibility? And also, it is not just at the point of solution. It's also at the point of planning. So I belong to, I'm a member of the advisory board of the PhD Information Technology program of the University of the Cumberlands in the United States. I am a member of that not because of my being in the academia, it's because I'm in the industry. So they bring people from the industry, from the planning stage. We look at the curriculum and we tell them, this is what we want, this is what you're teaching. It doesn't align. So you have to give us what we want because we are the end product. The people you're producing, we take them. So I have also had that experience. I served as a guest member of such a board at the Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago as well. The same thing. They listen to you. What do you want when you're doing recruitment? And when we tell them, they go back and they rework their curriculum. So even at that stage, I also give you another example. This is from the government side. In the United States, there are over 220 centers of excellence for cybersecurity and for forensic education, directly funded by the NSA, the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, and a few other government entities. What they're doing is that they are going to the university to influence the curriculum to answer their vacancy needs. USA has over 50,000 vacancies for cybersecurity in government organizations alone. In the entire US, there are over 1,000 vacancies for cybersecurity roles. They are not waiting for the academia. They are going to the academia to get them to do that. So this is also for the industry. So even if the academia is not coming to you, you have to come to them and solve that problem. I could go on, but I'll just try and round off here. In terms of the legal landscape, some of the laws which you need to be interested in, primarily is the Cybercrime Act 2015. It was amended in 2024. And then others such as the designation and protection of critical national information infrastructure, which was done last year. So Nigeria's vision of a gas-driven industrialization depends on trust and reliability in the pipeline operations. And to achieve this, security must be designed in and not bolted on. That's security by design. I think someone also mentioned it. And so my concluding thoughts, next generation pipeline security is not about technology alone. It's about foresight, coordination, and national resilience. Nigeria has the expertise, the regulatory momentum, and the human capital. What we need now is a discipline of integration, a unified framework that fuses engineering, cybersecurity, and digital forensics to safeguard our energy future. So thank you very much. I think I spent more than 10 minutes, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, like you said, another professional that has spent 17 years in the industry and of course the academia. Please celebrate Dr. Robinson Tombari Sibe. Again, another speaker has said the products the university is churning out does not align with industry needs. I think there's a need for us to also invite some of the stakeholders from the academia to conference, where we have Minister of Education, where we have NANS, Nigerian Association of Students, where we also have the Nigerian University Commission. They come here, they listen, so they go back and recalibrate their curriculums to align with the industry. I think that is something we should look at next year's conference. Thank you so much to our amazing speaker, again, that has given us the need why we should have the academia aligned with the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the very next set of people are the best dressed in this hall. Yesterday they had a different attire, today another attire. Speaking of Renaissance Africa Energy Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, they are a team of innovators in pipeline engineering and standardization from RAECL. Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited. I'll be calling their names, and once you see them, just know they'll be giving you an amazing keynote presentation titled Design One, Build Many. Design One, Build Many. Pipeline Design Standardization in Renaissance African Energy Company Limited. Please, with a round of applause, help me welcome Olatunji Ayola, the first to speak. Joining will be Agadiuno Onyemabasi, and the last on that team is Ishola Oluwatosin. Please, can we celebrate the three of them as they come sit on stage? Probably they'll use this mic to communicate to us. So you want to do one after the other? Okay, just see on behalf of the three.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatosin Shola. My senior colleague sent me to make this presentation. So this morning or this afternoon, we'll be presenting on the topic: the design one, build more, build many. Pipeline design standardization at Renaissance. So next. Oh. See if it works. Show me how it works. Okay. So. Can you show me how it works? Okay. So thank you. So in a modern economy, pipelines are a backbone of the modern energy system, especially in a country like Nigeria. The design and development of new pipeline systems is particularly successful to a lot of design inefficiencies and design delays as a result of the fact that these designs they're usually very complex, involve multiple disciplines, and have very complex regulatory requirements. Now, the traditional approach to pipeline design has always been the development of a bespoke design for each project. So every pipeline is like going to a tailor and going to buy a new suit or a new dress every time you want to have a dress. And now this invariably results in an extended design cycle. Now, the fact is that if you are going to have a decade of gas, you cannot have pipeline projects lasting for 8 years from conception to delivery. If you are going to have if you are going to have projects lasting that long, maybe you shouldn't call it a decade of gas, but 2 decades of gas or 3 decades of gas, which we do not have. This is time we do not have in the country. So to address this, now Renaissance is, so just start with the company context. Renaissance is an integrated energy firm dedicated to becoming Nigeria's top energy provider. Our ambition is to be Nigeria's energy provider, delivering Nigeria's energy ambition for her oil and gas reserves, and also strengthening national energy security, promoting industrial growth, fostering prosperity, and economic empowerment throughout Africa. Our vision is to be the leading African energy provider, providing energy security and industrialization in a sustainable manner, which is same objective as the decade of gas. In March 2005, Renaissance completed the purchase of all shares in the former SPDC. Now, to realize this vision and strategic goal, we need to construct and build out and maintain new pipeline systems. Now, I want to talk about the design one, build many concept. Design one and building many in infrastructure delivery is a methodology that centers on the development and implementation of a unified set of standard system components and design templates based on different archetypes. Now, these archetypes can be adapted and replicated across multiple projects, regardless of their individual scope and location. So we're developing, or we have developed a library of proven pre-engineered designs, and this reduces our needs for bespoke engineering solution and eliminates duplication of effort. This way we can have more consistent designs and reliability across our portfolio of projects. So it is like somebody goes to your body isn't changing, or your body doesn't change very much. So instead of you going to the tailor every time you want to buy a cloth with this thing, you just have one set of design, and every time you need a new suit or a new agbada or a new kaftan, you just call the man, use the previous design to deliver my suit. Right. Now, this offers several benefits. This includes project acceleration, because this streamlines the entire project lifecycle. Our engineering teams spend less time in the design phase, as they can do more because they are spending less time. They draw upon an established set of specifications, drawings, and calculations, and this accelerates our approval processes, and it also shortens the time required for construction and commissioning. So it has reduced our contracting cycle time. It also improves our cost efficiency, because it allows us to gain significant economics of scale by employing uniform components and design templates. We can buy things in bulk, and this leads to lower unit costs. It also improves our quality control, because you know that you are assured that the designs that you are using are of high quality. This ensures that all our designs meet certain minimum technical criteria. You know this, and you can move on. This leads to much more predictable and reliable project outcomes, and it simplifies the quality control and quality assurance process. This also results in improved safety, because again, a higher quality, simple quality means simple safety. And in a way, you can also reduce your environmental impact, because you are reducing waste and optimizing the use of resources. Repetitive use of the same design allows for bulk procurement and prefabrication, and it also allows our surplus materials to be used on other projects. And bulk procurement also can streamline our logistics, and that reduces the impact on the environment. However, like every other thing that has advantages, there are a few disadvantages. And it is like when you go and buy a ready-made cloth, it might not fit you exactly. The deviations from bespoke designs require trade-offs, as a standard design solution may not always provide everything you want. It might provide suboptimal results with regards to productivity and operability. These trade-offs must be fully identified, and the risk associated with this trade-off managed. So when a project opts for a standardized design rather than a bespoke solution, there are possibilities that certain inefficiencies exist, simply because that pipeline does not meet all your needs. So to do that, we have to basically do a form of risk analysis and use risk assessment methods. I use FEMA or HAZOP to systematically identify the potential impact of making this decision. The point of this risk assessment and all is to determine, to make these risks transparent, and our management or the managers of the facility, they know what we need to do, and then we can take mitigations. So it might be to introduce minor modifications, or to change a strategy, or we accept the risk, that it is the risk of using the benefits of using a standardized design outweighs whatever drawbacks or costs that might occur. So I will just talk about the processes. Now, the design one, build many approach, the steps are as follows. The first step is to standardize, which is to identify the systems, the components, and the systems in the pipeline that can be standardized. In the context of our pipelines, the key components that are suitable for standardization includes pick traps and tie-ins, pipeline approaches, valve stations, material specifications, corrosion protection and inhibition systems, instrument and control systems, flow meters, and shutdown mechanisms, also pipeline supports. Beyond the physical components, our standardization philosophy also extends to the development of construction and operational documentation. This includes picking philosophies, maintenance procedures, inspection protocols, and emergency response protocols. Now, this helps the operator also. So he's not moving from one, if you're moving someone from one system to another, the person doesn't need to go and relearn how to operate this system, because from one system to another system, the operating philosophies remain the same. Now, the next stage will be for us to assess and assure that the library that we have are reviewed and risk assessed. Now, each item in this library will be subjected or is subjected to a rigorous multidisciplinary risk assessment process where the qualified engineers and professionals review these documents and procedures and standards to identify and mitigate the potential risks. Then the next stage will be to modularize, which is to build on the foundations of standardization. This involves breaking down these standardized components into discrete self-contained modules that can be independently designed, manufactured, assembled, and then integrated. Each module will perform a certain function, like a pick trap does what a pick trap does, a valve station does what a valve station does, a CP system or a corrosion protection system performs a certain function. And this will be engineered to interface seamlessly with other modules. By adopting this modular approach, we are able to increase the flexibility of our designs, enabling us to adapt rapidly to varying project requirements and conditions. Then the next action will be for us to replicate across project, which is the final step, which is these standardized and modular designs are implemented across multiple projects in our portfolio. This systemic repetition enables us to use these equipments in a much more flexible manner. And we have discovered that this approach reduces our lead times, facilitates faster project delivery, and enhances our productivity. So the core workflow for standardization is as follows. Fortunately, it's not as clear as it was on my laptop, so you'd have to forgive me. But what the process simply says is that you will, it's engineering by difference. So you look at your engineering requirements, and then you select a standard archetype from your comprehensive design library. The ones that fit into your project are identified, and then you pull those out. Only those that differ from these archetypes are subjected to detailed engineering. Component has not been designed before. The process is for you to do that design and include it in the library so that you don't have to go back in the future to do that design again. Now, this helps us learn from the work that we're doing, and then we can move on ahead. Now, in the case where your standard documents cannot solve this, cannot meet your requirements, and there is a change, there's a need for us to make a deviation, we subject ourselves to what is called a management of change process. Now, the process is intentionally made rigorous to dissuade people from, dissuade engineers from abusing the process. So you need to basically go to a panel and convince the panel that the existing solutions simply do not work. And if the if the panel accepts, then you get the permission to go outside your standard design philosophy. If the panel does not accept, then of course you have to recycle the process until the standard design fits. So we have a case study of 2 pipeline projects. They are both 16 inches. One was 18 kilometer, one was 13 kilometer. There's design pressures. One is 283 bar gauge, one was 150 bar gauge. They both had major river crossings. They both had similar produced fluids, and they both had more or less, one's flow rate is only 25% more than the other's flow rate, both terminating into the same facility. So we were able to identify the following components that could be standardized. That's the size of the pipeline, the material specification itself, design of the pig trap, the corrosion protection and inhibition systems, the instrument and control systems, and pipe supports. By utilizing these standard design components, we were able to, the project A, we were able to use about half of the design of project A for project B, which reduced our design time. We were also able to procure the line pipe for project B with project A. That reduced our the time to delivery of project B by 16 months. This proactive approach allowed us to engage early with our suppliers. We were able to bulk purchase the pipelines, and we're able to do this while adhering to strict quality standards. Both pipelines have been delivered, by the way. In conclusion, the development by utilizing this standard design and components, we are able to achieve these results. So in conclusion, the adoption of standardized and modularized pipeline design practices in pipeline development has proven to be part of our transformative strategy for project delivery. By leveraging on these standard designs, our projects we are able to streamline our engineering process, do more with less resources, make our construction faster, simplify our construction process, have innovative ways of managing the EPC contracting process, while ensuring that our designs remain technically robust, and we're able to engage with our suppliers and our contractors and our vendors earlier than we would. Ultimately, this, beyond immediate project inefficiencies, this approach fosters greater operational consistency and will make our operations and maintenance a lot easier. As the Nigerian energy and infrastructure sector continues to seek ways to achieve our aims of the decade of gas, embracing standardization and modularization stands out as a practical pathway to achieve safer, more effective, faster, and more cost-effective infrastructure development. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Do have a good day.
So, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome on stage a forward-thinking engineer and energy professional from one of Nigeria's foremost pipeline operators. He is the business development manager of Umugini Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. With deep expertise and pipeline operations, safety, and midstream logistics, he has been part of a team driving innovation and efficiency across Nigeria's critical energy corridors. His work aligns strongly with the company's vision of delivering safe, sustainable, and regionally integrated pipeline infrastructure for the nation's energy future. Today, he will be presenting on a thought-provoking topic: shifting investment from trucking to pipelines. impact of continuous excessive hydrocarbon trucking activities across Nigeria. Of course, this presentation will explore how over-dependence on hydrocarbon trucking affects the environment, infrastructure, and investment climate, and how transitioning to pipelines can transform Nigeria's midstream landscape. Please join me in welcoming the Business Development Manager of Umugini Pipeline Infrastructure Limited, the one and only, the ever-smiling engineer, Ogene Ugbehe. Please celebrate him as he comes on stage for his 10-minute presentation. If you're not celebrating him, you're doing the wrong thing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. My name is Ogene Ugbehe. I represent a company called Umugini Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. I think in the past 2 days we have become very popular. Our flyers are almost everywhere here as we celebrate our 10 years of being in the business of hydrocarbon transporting. I want to stand on the existing protocols already that has been here for the speakers that has happened before me, the board of trustees, the members, and the chairman. I want to especially thank you all, colleagues in the industry, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be speaking on the topic on the impact of trucking in our economy. As you are aware, most of us are pipeline professionals, as the case may be. But what has happened in the recent years, as you all know, we've had a lot of issues with vandalism, and entrepreneurs are very concerned on how they can still go about and do their business of moving hydrocarbons. And what we have seen is that trucking has come to take a mainstay in the industry, and it has had a lot of impact in the pipeline business, and that's what we want to talk about today and see how we can improve on that as investors in the pipeline business. The theme for this year's NIPITECS conference is building robust pipeline systems, and that's what we do as a company, Umugini Pipeline Limited. We are the preferred energy transporter in Nigeria, and that has helped us to look into what the impact of trucking. We have also been involved in trucking as well at some point, trucking of crude and as well. So we want to look at the impact. Next slide, please. So in terms of the presentation agenda, I'll be looking at where we are today in terms of trucking, the impact of trucking. Okay, thank you. All right. So we'll be looking at the impact of trucking, critical problems that trucking has created. We'll do some financial analysis. Pipeline as a solution, as an alternative for trucking. We'll look at that as we go ahead. And in terms of summary conversations, we'll look at safety. We'll look at the cost of human life and what has really done when it comes to human life as compared to pipeline. This one will help us to look at some of the incidents that have happened and help us to make informed decision on what works best for us. And then we'll look at environmental impact and sustainability. All right, I think most of us are very familiar with this picture that we have on the screen. On the right-hand side, we've seen some CNG power trucks that were recently invested in by some investor in Nigeria. Or 4,000 trucks have come on stream. Before now, we had lots of trucks. And what has happened and given rise to this is lack of investment in pipelines. The dangers in pipeline and some of the trends we have seen in recent years, which I will show you as we go ahead, has given rise to short-term investment in movement of hydrocarbon products. And major oil marketers as well for refined products. We've seen this impact. Private depots that's also been run at separate points. All right, so just to look in terms of history or some of the things that has happened in the 1970s and earlier, even when Nigeria started crude production, there was a lot of dependence on pipelines, and a lot of pipelines were built. Trans-Niger pipeline, the Transforcados pipeline, and most of the prominent pipelines that we have currently running today, they were built around this area, and this was due to proper planning in terms of how we're going to be leaders in the hydrocarbon space and how we're going to take that dominance. And you can see pipeline network were built to transport petroleum products, crude as well, and there was a lot of dominance on pipelines. And in the 90s and in the 200s, we noticed a decline in investment in pipelines, and due to vandalism, outages, operators began to look for other ways to transport their product, and that gave rise to a lot of people going to trucks, which are supposed to be temporary, actually 1 to 3 years, a stopgap when pipelines are having issues. And sometime in the 20s and 2000s, we began to see that a lot of trucking activities began to come on play. And again, this was not checked. Pipelines were not invested in, and that is what we are seeing today. A lot of investment in these trucks. Why they have short-term benefits, as we can see, or as we all know, in terms of long-term, they don't. In fact, they are detrimental to cities in terms of road and in terms of life and damage to properties, as we will see. In terms of human toll and deaths that we have seen, we've seen a lot even in the last few years. I want to cite a typical example of something that happened a week ago. I live in Lagos, and the Lekki-Ekpe Express, it seems to be a major route to most of us that are working in Lekki 1 or in VI. And just in the early hours around 5:36 when we were going to work, we saw one of these trucks again, it's tipped over on the right side of the road. And what has happened, Lagos State government had found that early enough. They deployed a lot of security forces, just to ensure there's no, and it was a gas truck. That's what made it very, very, and fully loading with truck. What that meant was that there was an explosive on the road. And if you know Lekki-Ekpe very well, you see that a lot of people, were stranded around that space. They did so much to ensure. In fact, because of that incident, the coastal road that was being built, because of the incident, because of the safety concerns, the coastal roads that were blocked, again, they had to open that road to ensure people go through. And that is just one of the incidents of what having gas in a truck, can impact the lives of people. That's just one of the incidents. All right, in terms of environmental pollution, irrespective of the fact that CNG has become very, very prominent now, CNG trucks are being used, but you cannot take away the fact that there's still a lot of damage on the road, there's still stress on the drivers that are going. Trucks mainly cannot move at night as compared to pipelines. So, the benefits, if we put it side by side, we will discover that pipelines far outweigh the use of trucks. And if we look at emissions as well, just as we have on the chart, if you look at emissions that come from truck, you see CO2 emissions, NOx emissions, and co. You see so much impact that we're having from the use of trucks. And then, why do we still continue with these trucks? We've seen that the negative impact of this thing, why do we still continue? It's a huge question that we need to ask ourselves. What are some of the things that we also need to look at? I've also talked about death toll. I did mention damage on properties, and there are some hidden costs, in the use of trucks, both to the owners of the truck, infrastructure strain, budgetary issues that come with, again, using trucks. And this is a wake-up call for us as we build robust pipelines. We need to understand that a lot of investment needs to go to pipe. As we go ahead, I'll still talk more of a number of things that, showcases the fact that we need to go back to our drawing board. We need to go back to investment in pipelines to ensure that we're able to move efficiently hydrocarbon from point to point. And that's what we as a company, Mugini, we try to emphasize. Operational delays from moving trucks. We all know these trucks break down on the road like one I've just described. A lot of checkpoint delays that are coming up. Mechanical breakdown, we see this all the time. Weather-related issues, we see that affecting pipelines, and human factors, drivers' fatigue and strike. I talked more of that, But in terms of pipelines, we see that these issues are on a small side, and we're able to deal with them. And in practicing this over time, we've become better in managing it. One of the issues I also want to mention is union taxation and checkpoints. One of the things that has become very clear to us is the impact of union on trucks. There was a full analysis that was done by the Dangote refinery of the extra cost that is coming on trucking. And again, those extra costs, cost of operation per barrel, moving product with truck and moving product with pipelines. We'll go into those analysis as financials that we'll use to back up our conversation as we go ahead. Community impact and disruptions, accidents, I've talked about that, hotspots, quality of air from emissions again. These are some of the negative impacts of using trucks. Again, if we look in terms of emergency response, I spoke about, emergency response is something that we know that we don't have much of in Nigeria, and when we had damages. In fact, a month ago, there was Jalingo, Benin Road, there was an explosion of a tanker there, again, that burnt about 23 to 25 people. So if we look at the value or the cost to life in the incidents that come from truck, there really is no reason why we should go in that direction in huge investment. But again, this is currently happening in the country, and we'll do some comparison with like the US and some other countries that has made this transition from truck and why they did this, because these are simple lesson points for us to take. Why do we reinvent the wheel? Some other people have had this challenge and they've finally emphasized that pipelines are better. So why do we need to go back and repeat some of the challenges they have? So on this, in terms of capex, in terms of investment, 1 to 3 years investment, how does this rank? How do we rank pipelines and trucking? Very obvious from the comparison we have there. In terms of short term, you see that trucking costs are very, very high, because you procure the cost or you tell the manufacturer to big, you have to pay down, right? So you have huge costs. But for pipelines, again, that's the construction phase. Year 2, you have lower costs and you have higher costs for pipelines. And year 3, you still have pipeline costs running through. Why pipelines could be very expensive in the first 2, 3 on the short term. On the long term, we'll see all the benefits that we can have from pipelines. Still looking along the line of operational costs. There are costs for maintenance, there are operation costs for replacements of tires. And I don't know how many of you know about insurance for trucks, especially when you're moving crude oil and all that. We have already done that. Initially, in the last 7 years, there was no insurance package for moving trucks, right? So when you go to insurance company to talk about moving trucks, they said, no, we have for refined product, but moving crude in trucks seems to be a huge risk, and then the premium on those kind of values are very, very high. That became a special product that was made for Nigeria and West Africa, and that's currently here. But there's a huge premium to be paid, and also we've talked about union levies also that are very high. If you look at the charts that we have there, the one we have, the red line is for trucks and the green line is for pipeline. You will see over time, on the long term, 7 years, the return on investment on pipelines would have, come through. While for trucks, every 2 or 3 years, you need to do new purchases and all that, and that increases the cost. All right, so we move to, in terms of owner's analysis or in terms of return on investment. I've touched on that already. For pipelines, usually, if you do your calculations very well, and we expect that between 6 years and 10 years, your return on investment should have happened. Thank you. Your return of investment should have happened. But again, summary of it is that for trucks, you have over 4% higher cost on a long term when dealing with trucks. Okay, in terms of external cost and ESG issues, we know emission issues with trucks, we have higher emissions with truck, and that has become a very huge issue now. Sustainability is something that needs to be built in most of the business so that we're able to preserve our businesses and our future for our children. So we're having higher fuel costs, we're having driver salary, we're having maintenance issues, we're having insurance issues, which I've talked about, and these are issues that are pressing on businesses. In terms of why pipelines and what are the core benefits, we must emphasize that we have lower incident rates on pipelines. We also have continuous monitoring that are possible for pipelines. These sort of issues, you don't have them with trucks. Also, we have reduced public exposure to risk when you have pipelines, because again, most of these risks are pre-calculated. But with trucks, you have different risk on a daily basis. Efficiency, we'll talk about efficiency. Pipelines are more efficient, and in terms of lower cost, pipelines are also cheaper in terms of managing. As we talk about the decade of gas, as we talk about what do we need to do to ensure that pipelines are the mainstay in transportation, what do we need to do? So we need to look at our policies. We need to look at a lot of issues to ensure that pipeline infrastructure is aligned. And for the decade of gas, we're saying that pipelines are the preferred ways of moving things. And why do we think that is the case? Because again, we have numerous projects for gas to power projects where we have gas plants in different places. We have to pipe to those areas, right? Residential supply also, which is another level that we're going to get to in Nigeria as it's being done abroad. We see that pipelines are still the preferred transportation route. in terms of required investment for the gas initiative or the decade of gas that has also come into an end, there's a lot of investment, and we need to go and look for this money to put the pipelines in place, right? On the short term, the trucks are working, but again, for us to ensure that we are doing things right, ensure that the safety is very important, sustainability is important, we need to invest over 22 billion in terms of pipeline. And I mean, if we look at pipelines that are currently built, the AKK and co, we see huge investments are put in this pipeline, but when they come on stream, the benefits are endless. Just to look at a few countries that have done it, the US currently has moved from trucks that they were using into trains, right? Reducing the operating cost. The cost per barrel for transportation, again, for crude is about, for pipeline is about $5 per barrel. For trains that is currently used in the US is around $15. Again, but for trucks, it's around $20. I don't have that figure here again. But again, this goes a long way to tell us that pipeline seems to be the mainstay. In India and in Bulgaria also, these transitions has happened. One of the terms we hear recently is virtual pipelines. What those virtual pipelines means is barging, means trucking, and all this here. Why they have come to take over from pipelines in the last 5 to 10 years, we need to, sit up and see how we can go back to getting our pipelines working as they ought to be. So in terms of shifting from trucking to pipeline, what do we need to do? We need to have frameworks, and that's why Coren and our regulators are available to help us to put those frameworks in place. Financing is quite important for this to happen. A lot of finance is required. Then one of the things we will benefit from pipelines is operational efficiency. You can't get that level of operational efficiency when you are dealing with costs. So what is our call to action in terms of what do we need to do? We need to ensure that we take action immediately. There needs to be a strategic shift towards pipeline. A lot of investments needs to happen. And that's where Umugini pipeline infrastructure will come into place. We are available to have conversations with as many people as possible. How are we going to help? Because we are involved in green pipelines, in newer pipeline projects, in brownfield pipelines as well, ensuring that things work as best as they ought to. I really want to ensure that we pay attention to some of these things. Again, trucking is not where we want to go to. We want to ensure that pipelines are our mainstay for hydrocarbon transporting in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe you have so many questions for him, but those questions, please keep it till the end of the session today, where we ask him more questions on how we can fully transit from trucking to pipelines. Once again, can you celebrate him again? The HSE manager for Mogini, Okoegene. Celebrate him once again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we switch gears. Please, I'd like to kindly inform all of our speakers. We have wasted so much time right from the event starting late because of our late arrival, and also secondly, the time is spent on the tea break. So please, every speaker is advised to spend only 10 minutes on the stage. Once you have used 7 minutes of your time, you'll see me standing there to make you know you have 3 minutes left. So please, we kindly appeal that you adjust your presentation to 10 minutes. We still have 2 presentations left and several other speakers who are yet to speak. So we don't stay here till 7 o'clock. We are looking at leaving here by at least 4 if you abide to 10 minutes. Can we give our speakers a round of applause because they'll take only 10 minutes for their presentations. Thank you. The very next speaker that will come on stage is a leader in pipeline integrity and flow assurance. He is a QQSHE manager at Pipeline Peaks and Accessories, PPA, with extensive experience in pipeline operations, cleaning technologies, and maintenance optimization. He has been instrumental in advancing pipeline efficiency and safety through innovative peak design and technical solutions. Today he will be delivering a session titled Advancement in Pipeline Peaks Design for Efficient Cleaning and Flow Assurance. Please help me in welcoming Daniel Asiegbu as he comes for his 10 minutes presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I will be asking your permission to stand on existing protocols. All dignitaries are duly observed. My name is Daniel Asiegbu. I'm the QHSE manager of Pipeline Peaks and Accessories Limited, and I'll be speaking on the topic advancements in pipeline pigs design for efficient cleaning and flow assurance. All right, so why pigging, you may ask? Going by the theme of this year's conference, building robust pipeline systems for the decade of gas and beyond, pigging plays a very critical role in this. These are why you should pig. It increases your flow efficiency of your pipeline. Corrosion control is also an important aspect. For you to have inline inspection, you need to also do pigging to ascertain the condition of your pipelines. You can also facilitate product separation. A pipeline could run different products. So this is where the pigging comes in for batching. It minimizes downtime. It saves the cost, of course. When you have to dispense lesser energy to push your product, that is cost savings for you. And also pigging comes in terms of commissioning and decommissioning of your project. I'll be displaying, these are some of the products we have. These are foam pigs of different sizes, ranging from 4 inches to 48 inches. This is core pigs. These are mandrel mechanical pigs. This is an oil-retain solid cast pig. Then there are several factors we consider when we want to design a pig. We'll talk about the characteristics of the pipeline. We talk about the pipe internal diameter, the bend radius, the length of the line. These are all factors that are quite critical in guiding our design of pigs. The product type, we also have the function of the pig. Is it for cleaning? Is it for batching? Is it for drying? This is also very important. We have the component parts, several component parts, the pig body, the elements, bypass. Safety is also critical. Any pig you want to use has to be safe and it has to be reliable. And of course, we have the economical factors. How easy are you able to fix this pig on site? Having the replacement parts makes you save money. Instead of buying a whole pig, you can use replaceable parts for it. Then I want to share some case studies that we had recently. This was a pre-commissioning project. We had to design a lot of pigs because these pigs had to be, it's an offshore, in an offshore location, but the pigs needed to be loaded onshore before taking them to site. So they had a lot of spacer extensions. So this was just one of the pigs. This one was actually a 12-inch by 10-inch dual diameter pig. Designing such pig takes a lot, and we're able to get such a good design for it. The pig was able to bypass the dual diameter pipeline. And these were the pigs before they were shipped out, some of those pigs. While this is when it was being loaded on site. So there was actually an instance with one of the lines. A particular crawler was left in the pipeline, and there was need to design a pig that could be able to chase that particular tool that was left in the line during the pre-commissioning stage. So we're able to design this pig. It has a nose. You can see this. It's actually a specially designed pig for this project. After collaboration with the end users, we came up with this design. So that was a picture of the pig, and this is the crawler chaser that was left in the pipeline. The pig was able to dislodge it, and the line is currently in operation. Then also have another case study that has to do with 12-inch. That was a very difficult pipeline to pig. What happened was that foam pigs conventional foam pigs were launched and they kept on rupturing. Pigs were gotten from different sources, and the same situation kept on happening. What we did was to modify a mandrel pig to be able, because that line was quite difficult. So we got a mandrel pig, and this was able to go through the line. You can see these are some of the foam pigs that were launched earlier on, and they had cuts and all that. So this was after launch of the mandrel pig. It's a slim body mandrel pig, specially designed for this case. It was able to bring out those scales from the line, and of course the line is fully operational now. Foam pigs are now consistently being run on the line. So we actually an in-country and OEM of pipeline pigs and accessories. We have a lot of benefits to offer you. We produce pigs that fit your pipeline needs. We also ensure the right pig is chosen for your projects, considering your pipeline features and conditions. We minimize cost as well when you choose the appropriate tool. Because we are in country, we can shorten your lead time for your project as well. Then outer diameter of our cups and discs are well sized to fit any pipeline. Of course, every pig that you get from us is shipped fresh from our facility. You have no concerns for shelf life, because pigs have shelf life, so we have that taken care of. Our identity, it was actually established in 2002, and we had, it's a 100% indigenously owned company. Our technical partners were Napoli Pig USA. We've actually expanded the facility. We have more space for further expansion. We have homegrown products. We are located in Southeast Nigeria, Owerri, and we deliver to any place within the country and out of the country as well. All our pigs are designed in-house by our team of engineers, and they are tailored to your features and conditions. We are also ISO 9000, our QMS is also ISO 9001:2015 certified. You can see these are also displays of our different pigs that we've produced and supplied. Here is our facility. This is an interior of the production hall. These actually are replacement parts for IP tools, because we also are able to produce replacement parts for intelligent pigs. So these are part of what we've turned out. We've actually produced for a number of pipelines and projects in country and out of the country. I would also want to talk on the collaboration in closing, because we appreciate the support we've gotten from several players in the industry. I could recognize Ameline, Poseidon, they're actually here. Even itself, they've all been patronizing. Umugini, of course, we've supplied products to them. So many. Thank you very much. And not forgetting Renaissance. Thank you very much.
Please, can we celebrate it for keeping to time? Thank you for telling us about the peak and everything we need to know about what your company is doing. Please celebrate him once again, Daniel Agwebe. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the very next speaker will lead us into the panel session. After his session, we'll have the first panel session for today, which is built for 30 minutes. And our speakers for the panel session are all ready to share their wealth of knowledge with us on pipeline and everything we need to know. So ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is a leader in pipeline engineering and multi-phase flow analysis. He's the MD of the NNPC Engineering and Technical Company Limited. However, he is represented by the principal partner engineer at the NNPC Engineering and Technical Company Limited, Engineer Aristobulus Tauna. Of course, Engineer Tauna's extensive experience is in vibration analysis, pipeline design, and multi-phase flow management. He has been instrumental in optimizing pipeline performance and ensuring system reliability across complex networks. For the next 10 minutes, he will deliver a session titled Vibration Analysis of Slightly Curved Pipes Conveying Multi-Phase Fluid Flows. Please join me in welcoming Engineer Aristobulus Tauna, who is a pipeline engineer at the NNPC Engineering and Technical Company Limited. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So I was actually inspired by building robust pipeline systems for the decade of gas and beyond. And it was quite interesting to note that I'm going to condense 2 years of work in 10 minutes. Because I found this very inspiring, because it was what I worked on my master's degree in 2017. That's when I finished. I think it's going to be an interesting discussion to understand why certain pipelines fail. Thank you. So on our first slide, modern pipelines, even in Nigeria today, without this complex team of people working together to harness the ability to move these pipe products from one point to the other safely, silently, economically, it would be very difficult to achieve this without this group of people called pipeline engineers. And so the modern technology is actually fighting about pipelines, or actually fighting against flow-induced vibrations, which lead into the fluid having some critical velocities, and this imposes pressure and causes deflection in pipes, buckling in pipes, and potential catastrophic failures. I don't know if my slides are on. Could you help me out? Okay. And so this research work that I spent 2 years on was to close this gap. I know some of the key issues here, challenge, are uncontrolled pipe buckling resulting from leakaging, hazards, accidents, such as in nuclear power generations, chemical, petrochemical, pipeline industries, and the traditional single-phase flow was found not to be too adequate to give you a good definition of why certain pipelines fail. And so my research work was focused on deriving a governing equations for multi-phase flows, investigate slip ratios, that's to do with the different components of flow within the fluid, then analyze the bifurcation, that is the buckling. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So, and the last part that the work focused on was comparing the linear versus non-linear foundational behaviors of this in relation to the critical flow velocities. And I'm referring to the components of flow. So, a lot of work went into the next slide. A lot of work went into this, where we have focused on being able to use the Hamilton principle to describe this behavior. Okay? And we used the PDEs to be able to describe the behaviors that would actually express the multi-phase flow structural interactions in relation to the pipe itself. And so some of the forces that we fought against, what we analyzed, was to do the fluid, the fluid pressure, the Coriolis force, and also these velocities, flexural rigidity, the tension, and how these things relate into making us having a robust pipeline. Now, a lot of mathematics went into this. So I tried to summarize all of this into 3 major components. That is the kinetic aspect of it, that focused on the combination of flow, the pipe material itself, and also the phase and acceleration components of it. Then we look at the potential aspect of it, which looked at the strain energy, the axial longitudinal, as you know, the pipeline flows in an axial format, and also focused on the foundation, where this pipeline is sitting on. Okay? Moving next slide. Now, multi-phase flow characterization. We try to find a way of trying to describe the flow that's within the pipe. And one of the things that we look at was actually the phase velocities, the critical velocities of this fluid. And so where you have 0, it means that you had single phase, the normal single phase you have. Where you have about 0.5, the slip ratio, it means you had a synchronous equal flows of both the liquid and gas. You know, when I say multiple phase, I mean that. Then when we had more significance of 1, we also notice that this impact of having multi-phase, you are able to have a robust pipe that will simply, the presence of multi-phase flow delays pipe buckling compared to the single phase. And this slip ratio increases a great, indicating greater gas presence as a contribution. And this critical buckling velocity is increasing and thereby providing stability of the pipes. Simply put, we need to be able to handle and ensure that the lifespan of our pipelines are sustained. And now moving to the next slide, this takes us to the point of what are those things we need to consider. I hope I'm communicating. What are those things that we need to consider? Now the mass of the pipeline needs to be considered. And the ratio of the flows, that means if you say multi-phase, we're referring to either liquid, we're looking into the gaseous components within the pipeline flow. And so when we considered a slip ratio of 0.3, non-dimensional, the pipe buckled at 5.4 dimensionless velocity. Then when we shifted the slip ratio, that's increasing the quantity of gas as against liquid, we found that the critical velocity increased, and thereby the velocity was at 6.4. Now bifurcation points, that's where it deflects, was a smooth transition, and that ratio indicating that the superficial bifurcation behavior was presented, meaning that the pipe was able to sustain itself at that pressure. Another issue that helps us out is the issue to do with the curvature amplitude effect. This tends to strengthen the pipe. You know, sometimes when pipes are being reeled from drilling machine or being laid in the pipe lay, there's a level of tension you have, and that tension has a way of increasing the rigidity of the pipe. Now, the thermal effect, you know, just like the yield point of a pipeline is actually reduced when you have temperature introduced into the system. And now, what was in my findings, what I got out from there was that pipe buckled earlier, because when you went at elevated temperatures, the yield point is actually reduced and the pipe would fail. And the tension, what happens in the tension effect is you find out that in tension, this hardens the pipe and gives you the necessary longevity that is required. Now, there are two components we need to consider, and looking at the next slide. Now, there's a non-linear, which is really like a soft soil, you know. When the pipeline is laid on the floor, on the ground or on the seabed, then that soft soil tends to allow the pipe to move based on the internal flow velocity that you have. And so the pipes on the non-linear viscoelastic foundation exhibits distinctly different stabilities characterized by the linear and non-linear, right? And so the slip ratio in this case at 0, whereas remember the 0 means that when you have single phase, at 0 the critical velocity arrived at 5.2. When you compare that to the linear aspect, right, you have that 0.4, that's where it buckled. Then at 0.5, where it had similar liquid and gas at the same time, the critical velocity increased to about 7.4, as against 5.8. Now, the higher the velocity, buckling velocity, the more rigid, the more stable your pipe is. And so, in that case, the non-linear foundation delayed buckling approximately 1.2 to 1.6 dimensionless velocities across for slip ratios. Now, if you look at the mass ratios, I'm referring to the components itself, that's the fluid in the pipeline. At a slip ratio of 0.3, we saw on the linear aspect you have a velocity of 6, and at 5, when you have equal proportion, the velocity was about 7. And so this gave us some level of Cope's bifurcation. It was actually a smooth kind of deflection you had in that place, showing that you're showing a stronger stabilization on the linear aspect of the pipeline. So this simply states that in summation of this point would be that this comparison, the critical velocities increases with the foundation modulus, okay? and in linear stiffness. In non-linear case, the foundation modulus remains fixed. Still, this provides a superior stabilization, meaning that the pipeline will stand strong in under that pressure. Now, looking at the last point of it, we saw that this also strengthened the pipeline in operation. Now, for thermal effects, like I told you, it softens the process. What you find is that because of the temperature elevation pipes, you found out that the stiffness of the pipe was reduced, and you found this causes a deflection at this point. And if you look at the temperature difference, the non-dimensional part, where theta, that's temperature, is at 0, the critical velocity was at 6.4. But when you elevated non-dimensional temperatures to about 7.2, you had that the critical point velocity dropped to about 5.2, meaning that the reduction of 19% meant that the pipe would naturally fail when you increase temperature. In that case, you have that in the non-foundational response, you had that the non-linear foundation, it shows earlier buckling under thermal load. Okay? And what's in all of this that I'm saying, what's the implication to us in engineering? It simply means that high temperature, high pressures for offshore installation, you need to have a design margin when you introduce temperature. Okay? And you need to ensure that you're able to you're able to ensure that your pipeline remains operational within the temperature regime to which it's operating. Now, there's quite a lot to say here, but I'll skip it for 10 minutes. So, what are the engineering implications? Let me summarize on that. Engineering implications here for us would be, you see that you have a tendency of having a superior stabilization because where you have the ability for the pipeline to be stable on floor based on the nature of the soil, you find out that you are having a superior stabilization of the pipeline to ensure that it works efficiently. Of course, temperature management, you need to ensure that defines in your prediction how much insulation is required or how much cooling is required, how much design margin, so that you're able to stop the effect of premature buckling. Buckling implies meaning that the pipe has failed at that point. Now, the geometric design, when we consider sometimes pipeline come out sort of imperfect, they're not totally, they're slightly curved, they're not totally straight as in that case. But that nature tends to add value for us because it hardens the effect of the pipeline, being able to sustain the pressure within the flow. And in operations, that's a statement they called erosional velocity. So operational protocols were able to specify or predict what velocity this pipe will take. According to some of the acoustical standards that we have, there's a limited velocity at which the fluid will flow. It shouldn't go beyond between 3 to 15 feet per second. So this we're able to predict based on this analysis. And now, in conclusion, what was I able to achieve within this work? And the first thing I would like to say here was that multi-phase flow delays buckling. When you compare that with a single phase, we have just one component, either liquid or gas alone. Okay. The second thing was that the foundation stiffness, tension, and curvature produce a hardening effect, thereby strengthening the pipeline system. Temperature, of course, softens or reduces this, thereby allowing us to be able to think ahead. How do I resolve this problem? Okay. Then the nonlinear foundation provides a superior stabilization compared to the linear, which is also known as the Winkler foundation. Then the four-mode analysis, which adequately describes nonlinear effects, including the bifurcation and chaotic transitions. Then the pitchfork and Cope's fabrications were characterized systems behavior are properly expressed. So, in conclusion, in this part of it, I would like us to look at this together. If you can read with me on this last part, where you have in green. So, the practical impact is this, that these findings enable us to enable more accurate predictions of pipeline stability under high pressure, high temperature, offshore installations, supporting safer design practices and operational protocols for multi-phase transportation systems. So, for future works, we could focus on doing 3 or 4 as the case may be. And I would like to stop here and say thank you for listening. I'm done.
Please, can you give him a round of applause, a big round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, Where are YPs? Do you have YPs here? Where are the YPs in the building? Where are the young professionals? They are not even inside. Wow. The future of the oil and gas industry, you are not inside the building. It's actually our leaders that are in the hall. Quite interesting to note. I have been told that we have quite a lot of people that are chit-chatting when we are having the lecturers on stage and probably interfering with those that are listening. So please, we kindly appeal that if you're in the hall, you should kindly put your phone on silence in your bag and reduce your voice so that we can listen to whoever is on stage. However, if you really have to make a call, if it's really pressing, we appeal you to step outside and make your phone call. But inside here, please let our phones be on silence in the back, and please try not to make calls inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I had announced earlier on that we would have a panel session. Unfortunately, the panelists are not on seat. We are still trying to tidy up all of that. But let's switch to another presentation since the YPs are not in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we switch gears immediately to inviting a renowned expert in pipeline integrity and energy infrastructure. Of course, with experience in advanced quality control, service strategies, and operational excellence, she has been at the forefront of optimizing pipeline performance and supporting the development of future energy infrastructures in Nigeria. She'll be taking us on optimizing pipeline integrity and operational excellence in Nigeria's gas sector, advanced quality control and service strategies for future energy infrastructure. Please help me welcome Engineer Dr. Akego Verigo Emujevoke, FHGU. Celebrate her as she comes forward for her presentation for the next 10 minutes. Please keep celebrating her, please. So before you talk, can we know how to pronounce both names?
Akego Verigo Emujevoke.
Please gently so that they can learn.
Akego Verigo Emujevoke.
Can you give a round of applause, please? 10 minutes now. I'll come by 1:30. I'll come by 1:30.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would want to stand on existing protocols because of timing, so I will just rush straight to my presentation. So, and from yesterday, prior to those who spoke, and even the panelists, a lot of my my key areas have been spoken on. So I'll just be rushing. Okay, this is the abstract, my paper, the topic. Okay, so this is the introduction. You know, for example, or any country in this world, the background of that country lies solely on the pipeline infrastructures, and ours here in Nigeria is not an exceptional. So we, for all the pipelines that are built, you know, they are paramount for safety, efficiency, environmental stewardship. And then I'll just go straight to, these were like figures we brought out from the internet on what Nigeria, the current TCF of pipeline in Nigeria, the position of where Nigeria is on pipeline among in the world. I mean, globally, it's about the 9th globally largest of pipeline operators in the world. And then you have over 206 trillion cubic feet as from NIPITECS 2024 report. So this is just a graph showing the transition bridge Nigeria metrics. So this is the oil, this is gas, and then this is hydropower. And in there you have something like, this is just a graph showing from the pipeline running from Niger Delta to Ajokuta. And this is not too clear, but this is Nigeria gas pipeline network map around the country, and for each of the zones and the routes where the pipelines are routed through. These are like the clusters that shows around Nigeria and the neighboring country, West Africa. So, of course, this is the one that takes the gas, the piping route through Escravos to Lagos and to other West Africa. So these are the areas I want to dwell in briefly or detail. Here, so these are like before and now, what's integrity and the area we've covered when it comes to pipeline in terms of quality assurance, integrities of the pipe. So in the early 90s in the early 70s to 90s, those were past, present, 2000, all the various lines running through the country, like as represented in the other area. Those areas, what were we doing? And how were QC activities or how were quality activities being done in those errands. So you could see that from those errands, you know, when these pipeline activities, they started in countries, we're doing something around our quality management system, we're more of the paperwork, we're more of visual, we're more of, you know, like the physical, we're going into technology to assure this integrity. So this is what this is telling you, is talking about in the 90s, and now at the 20s, which are the present, we are trying to go into technologies because we're trying to see that the world, as a revolve right pipeline, is actually moving, and some of those are our physical and visual stuff that we used to, they are now gradually moving into new further technologies like the inline inspection, smart pigging, and digital QC traceability are now applicable. So this is just timeline of QC involvement in Nigeria. You can see this is 90s, 50s. These are the various lines telling you how we have come as a country, where we're coming from, where we are going to, and the future. And the integrity optimization. Of course, when you talk about anything about integrity optimization, we're talking about the quality of whatever you are laying, because this paper actually focused on the downstream, which is the construction, not actually the operators. We do the construction and we hand over to the operators. But however, basically most of where you have most problems, they're actually at the construction stage. That's where you have most of the issues around the pipelines, and which actually result to this, some of our issues we're having in country that makes our pipelines not to actually work. So that's the area we're focusing on. These are just a line prediction, maintenance, reactive. It's just telling you, yeah, if you want to, what's the difference between predictive and reactive? Of course, all of us, we know that from reactive, if you want to do reactive, it's quite expensive, but when it's predictive and intelligence, it's quite cheaper, and it's quite faster, and your pipelines, for no reason, they don't have to be shut down before you carry out all those maintenance. And you see that at the end of the day, you save costs in carrying out all these operations. So these are operational excellence. These are like matrices that define the different percentages benchmarking country. Of course, these are like in all our pipelines, we have some incidents that are caused by pipeline vandalizations, like safety incidents that have happened. So these are like the statistics in country, and if you go online, you can see all this. So how do we preserve all this, or some of the challenges? How do we take care of them? You know, so we have said, okay, in carrying out all this, we have to do what we call the DTA quality management system, or the DTA IMS management system. IMS is simply the integration of the three management systems together. So as you go on, you see it. So this is just the incident density, showing you from the graph, is showing you the areas and the pipeline vandalization trade in Nigeria, and these are the statistics as of today. Yes, how can we move on from the normal conventional quality management system of ensuring integrities of our pipeline to, the current world where the world is going to? Of course, if you go around the world, Nigeria, you could see that we are still far behind in terms of this, but the other part of the world, they've actually left us. So it's key that we employ the what we call the 4 pillars of quality in trying to optimize our pipeline optimization, or the efficiency efficiencies of their one is to employ sensors, you know, that could automatically detect where there are leaks, where there are problems, where there are issues around the lines, and then these issues can be, you know, send signals to the control. There are automation generally. So that's where the other parts of the world they've moved to. So, you know, in building these recent pipelines, we graduate from the older pipelines to the new pipelines. Key, we actually consider all these new modern technologies. So like you know, prior to now, our quality management system, where we go as they are doing all these wedding, those activities, NDTs are cool. We usually do them on papers, and before you come to look at it, those data are not available. And then maybe if there are repairs, and then somebody wants to trace it, like, oh, maybe you have issues with contract, and then you descope from one contractor to another contractor. It's become very difficult to handle data because everybody work in silo. So if you consider it to all operators in country, we could see that from where we are coming from, we really don't have a database or a framework in country that says, okay, operator A, B, C, D, this is where they meet, and okay, so make these data available, or like those who operate marginal feeds, it's okay, make this data available so that if there are where we come together, if the informations are readily available. That we don't have in country yet. I think that we can elaborate on and work on. So these are like modern technologies we could use to carry out our quality assurance system. So I want to move straight to some of the lessons learned. These are graphs because of time. I will just move to some of the lessons we have learned over the years. Okay. Before I go to the lesson learned, I want to talk on collaborations. Yeah, because from yesterday it seems that a lot of people don't really know. I'm not, I don't work in SCDMB, but from my previous company, I happen to be a corporate manager in SCDMB activities. So I know a lot of things the board does. So, you know, vendors in country or vendors, local vendors, when they talked about funding. There are a lot of things SCDMB do. I think that opportunity, SCDMB can showcase it more to our people, and then I realize that some of their things they do, like all this Nigeria content fair and probably the NOGOF, they select some vendors in country. So this can be elaborate to send to a lot of people, not because I don't know how they do that, whether they categorize the vendors, and so that's why a lot of people come, vendors will be complaining they don't have access to funds, but all these funds are actually there. Like the NCF 1% fund is there, the people are not accessing it, and a lot of vendors in country, they don't know about this thing. So it's key that some of these, the activities they do, they should say that, and then collaboration between, apart from that they do on funding, there should be this training. Yes, NCDMB, they do training in silo, you know, with maybe, okay, it might not be in silo, they do training in collaboration with the operators, but over the years they have not really been this synergy between current and NFPC, and then maybe, okay, NFPC are senior partners, so we could just say NFPC, NCDMB, and the operators. But however, current has been left in silo of this activity for years. So it's key because current are saddled with the responsibilities of building capacities in country. So it's key for NCDMB to actually consider this. I'm aware because I'm a kind of an insider that there's a lot of collaboration going on, getting to the level of MOUs that, and if this is done, and this is coming up because of the 3 accords that we are trying to get for Nigeria engineers in country that will further buttress our integrity as a nation. Here, let me just elaborate a little bit on this. So when we had issues on the 3 different accords, the Washington, the Sydney, the Dublin, so we realized that there were a little bit of gaps between the industry and then the academic. So that's why there is now forming of the group. They have to bring people from the industry, they brought people from academy, so we try to match them together. But it is key. I learned from the previous assembly, we had something where we talked, I think one of the take home was this graduate training school they want to establishing country. So this is where this collaboration needs to come up, because we need to train our engineers in country, because this is a gap we have actually had. You find out that when you go into the integrity world, on site, you have experts that be doing this job. Even the locals are not available to do it because we have these skill gaps and co. So if we can get this, yes, at the accords level, we've been able to identify this, but at the training, which is the industry level, that we've not been able to implement. But I know at that other area we've been able to implement those ones, and so it's key. So these are all so the NCDMB again, they should try to encourage the manufacturing of some of these materials in country, and not to be depending on foreigner, or even if we don't have them in country, there should be a synergy of like the vendors representing them in country, so that we can be doing small assembling in country there to produce or provide jobs for our people. So I'll just go straight to some of the lesson learned. Yeah, so these are some of the lesson learned in job. So we realize that there are insufficient implementation of succession plans. So that's what we're saying. I know from the panel yesterday, from people who have spoken yesterday, we realize that as the people are fading away, the older ones who had opportunity to learn from the expatriates, this knowledge, they are not being transferred to the younger ones. And even me, I'm part of it. I know I've not actually mentored too much of the younger generation. So it's key. We have something like a succession plan, in country, if these things must be passed to the younger generation. And then the technology is key to actually go into the new technologies that are coming up in the world of integrity, accountability, and process ownership. People should own process. The different operators, they should try and own their processes if there are, especially where there are marginal fees, or where there are collaborations. I think people own those processes and ensure that when there are issues, they are easily resolved. And there should be technical and process safety. In all, basically, I know that's one of the things SPC does when they want to start a new plant. I think, of course, all the other part of oil and gas, but it should only do it at the beginning of the project, and then we close it. Let it be, especially for the process safety, let it be something that is implemented, that you run it all through the life of the asset, and then it will help the assets. And then implementation in line with international standards. Of course, everything we are doing, even though we are trying to localize, we should ensure that all these international standards be done. Then clarification on a local content scope. Yeah, there are some scope in projects that the locals they want to do. No, please, if they are not, they don't have the expertise to do that, it is key. We discourage not to do any work for us at the end of the day, to not stand the integrity of time. And then you have material selection issues. We realize that most of the problems we're having in the country, it's on fake materials, inferior materials that are not complying, materials that are not good enough for the job. At the end of the day, you install, you commission, and then you can't use the job for anything. And then procurements, that long lead procurement items you do abroad, and then if we cannot go because of forests or because of anything, you can establish the TPI. And then in those days, they used to do it for the IOCs that we had worked for, LLNG, likes of LLNG, SPDC, and the you establish a TPI who goes there, then you do your local year, that create something like a Zoom, and then you do the follow-up. So all these are then discouraged, because I realize a lot of people will come and say we have ISO, especially the one they get from what's it called, SON. I'm not trying to discredit them, but I think it's key. The policymakers should review that. And then a lot of lost time issue around contracting. Lastly, from the lesson learned, I want to draw a little bit of our attention to contracting. So you find out that before contracts are issued in those days, you will see people, they will come to do your verification of your system. But these days, because of how far we have gone, nobody does that again. And you find out when the contracts are given, we've run into a problem, because the people you think you give jobs to, they are portfolio company, and at the end of the day you come in, these guys don't have any equipment. Even if they have equipment, they paint them, they just say either you paint them or you clean them to make them when the people come for inspection. At the end of the day, when it comes to operation, they are like old woman that is in a gown of a new person. So in conclusion, I want to recommend that to assure our our pipelining country, alignment of service contract to integrity KPIs should be carried out, standardization of regulators, operators, collaboration, building Nigeria QC toilet pipeline, establishing energy/CO2 material testing center, which is the future of integrity. Thank you.
That was a very robust presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you've taken so much from her. Celebrate her for the wealth of knowledge she shared in 15 minutes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we're switching gears now to the panel session. After the panel session, we have about 4 presentations. We go for lunch, come back from lunch, we wrap up with the other presentations and the next and final panel session for the day, and we call it a wrap for the conference. I'm going to be calling our panelists on stage. When I call them, somebody's already yawning. Are you tired? Well, can everybody just stand up, and let's stretch. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. I see you yawning already. Okay, your left leg out, your left leg, and then your hands out. Let me step back, safety, right? Your right leg out and straight out. Then can you just squat? Can you 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 stand up? Can you stand up? Can you? I see Christina, I see you, ma'am. Okay, okay. Give yourself a round of applause, please. Then turn to your neighbor, give your neighbor, chop like your neighbor, chop like your neighbor. Yeah, so I can wake up. If you see someone that was sleeping, shake the person, shake the person. Engineer Christiana, I see you. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the panel session. This will be a very, 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 very rich panel session on the theme, advancing integrity management, leveraging digitalization for pipeline transfer session. I'm going to be calling up a panelists, speaking, and 5 of them. Unfortunately, again, we don't have a female on this panel, so you would have to speak to Dr. Vincent on that. Thank you, Dr. Vincent, for these panels. Let's welcome the very first panelist, who is a leader in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, Engineer Dr. Emeka Okwosa, CEO and Group Managing Director, Oil Surf Group. He's represented by Mr. Cheta Okwosa, who's the General Manager, Group Commercial and Business Development, who will share his leadership perspective on behalf of Oil Surf Group. We celebrate him as he comes forward to sit on stage again. The very next is another gentleman who leads Renaissance African Company. He has been at the forefront of driving efficiency, technical innovation, and sustainability pipelines operations across the region. Help me welcome the MD and CEO of Renaissance African Energy Company, Tony Atta, who is ably represented by Pankis Heiss, Availability Improvement Manager Pipelines. Please celebrate him. Where is it? Thank him. The man that is dressed so well, like a true Nigerian. Up next on stage, ladies and gentlemen, is a strategic leader in energy infrastructure and pipeline project. Of course, with extensive experience in engineering leadership, project execution, and midstream infrastructure development, he brings insights on delivering safe, efficient, and sustainable energy projects. Please help me welcome on stage the Vice President, Engineering and Project, Here's Energy, Uzoma Nwokori. Please celebrate him well. Our very next speaker and panelist, ladies and gentlemen, brings deep expertise on pipeline operations, maintenance strategies, and system integrity, playing a key role in ensuring safe, efficient, and resilient energy transport across our region. He is a seasoned professional in pipeline operations and infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, from Umugini Pipeline Infrastructure Limited, her maintenance, operation, and superintendent manager, Olamide Banjo. Please celebrate him as he joins the stage as a panelist. And of course, still joining as another panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the man that has the highest certification in the room, CIPM, IAPM, IABFM. You know his name already, the one and only engineer Olutosin Oyetola Jalaoye of Prime Sources Limited, the senior project manager there. Please celebrate him once again. And of course, last but not the least, the moderator that will champion this session for 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, is a professor per excellence. He brings vast experience in pipeline systems, advanced integrated management, and engineering leadership, making him the ideal guide for today's discussion on the theme, Advanced Integrity Management, Leveraging Digitalization for Pipeline Lifespan Expansion. Please help me welcome Professor Olusegun Ayola Ajayi, FNSCHE. Sir, the stage is yours for 30 minutes.
It's nice to be here today, and we are all happy to be here. Today we shall be talking about a very critical topic. Nigeria is rich with a network of thousands of kilometers of pipeline. Unfortunately, most of them are aging. So we have a dual advantage at hand. To ensure safety and environmental protection, while we want to maximize the value and utility of this existing infrastructure. So we are looking at digitalization as a shift from reactive to predictive and to prescriptive integrity management. I'm happy to have those who are very experienced in managing this infrastructure, and we shall be discussing with them on areas where they will teach us and give us experience. I want to start with Engineer Uzoma. Is your speaker okay, sir? I know I'm going to put to test my knowledge today because I have classroom knowledge and I really want to be taught from the feed. Do you think digital tools that are available to do this job will make our job easier or more complex as pipeline engineers, sir?
Okay, thank you very much. This is not working. Thank you very much. Digital tools, will they make our job easy?
Or more complex?
Complex. So I'll look at it in two ways. It depends. That's what I'll say. So digital tools have to be customer focused to make the job easy. So there's a difference between designing a tool and deploying to the customer. But if the customer is part of the development of that tool, it makes the work easy. It makes it seamless. So in developing digital tools for our operations, we need to ensure that there's an input from the customers, from the end users. And it needs to be very simple. The user-human interface also needs to be very simple. And that way, it makes the job easier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what we're looking at now is, it could be simple, it could be complex, depending.
Yes.
I was also trying to see whether you're going to talk about the safety component of it. But let me allow Engineer Chita to handle that for us so that we can have a complete house. Beyond the safety benefit, how do you think building a compelling business case for multi-million-dollar investment in the comprehensive digital integrated management system, do you think that we can achieve building a multi-dollar investment aside what he just told us, aside safety, aside all that is? Do you think we can actually achieve in this country? And then I will follow up with the question. If you have that $1 billion, will you put it into that project?
Okay, yeah. I think your first question is how do you go about building a business case?
Yes.
Okay, so if you ask me, it is a worthy investment to make. It's a no-brainer that whatever you're doing manually, if you have a digital aspect that helps you manage myriads of data, you become more efficient. So That's it. And then if you talk of being able to build a business case, I mean, the facts are clear. Money is a scarce resource. And to be able to do digital transformation, you must spend money. So yeah, to be able to spend money, you must be able to prove to whoever is going to sponsor it that it's worth it. Yeah. So to build such a business case, you need to first of all, you just basically to present it in black and white, why it must be done, and then you'll be considering things like stating clearly the pain points. I mean, where you are now is a digital. You're executing things manually. So what are the pain points? What are those things that makes you uncomfortable the way it's being done now, that makes you want to migrate to a digital twin? That's the first point. Then secondly, you need to state clearly also in that black and white presentation, where are you heading to? What are the benefits? If you are allowed, if you are giving that money to execute that or implement that, maybe an ERP or something that migrates you to the digital form, what are the benefits that comes from it? Clearly stated. Then you also need to consider, if you have stated these are the benefits, how does this benefit align with existing organizational goals? I mean, you may have an instruction from the board of directors telling you, the operations team or the system, that I want you to increase from 2,500 barrels to 5,000 barrels. Those benefits of that digital transformation you are muting, is it aligned to that goal, to that organizational goal? And then ultimately, you now need to work out clearly a stage-gated process that takes you from where you are now to where you want to be. So that's how.
Thank you. I will plead with the panelists that when we're not using the mic, we can off it to prevent microphonia. Engineer Pankis, don't off your own, because he says something that I know is your area. You talk about digital twin, and I know you are fantastic there. So I will start bugging your mind on that while I ask this question. So keep that in your mind while I ask this question. We all know that for us to have integrity in terms of data management or advanced integrity management, we depend on data. And there is something we are taught in secondary school up to university level, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. These days, they even say garbage in, nothing out. Because the garbage might corrupt your system and nothing will come out of it. So, what are the most effective strategies for cleansing and conceptualizing decade of legacy inspection and maintenance data to make it usable for us to be able to adopt advanced integrity management system? It's off now. You've off it now. Now it's on.
Legacy data that is unreliable.
No, it's not working. It's not working.
Okay. So looking at the question is, this legacy unreliable data, what do we do to this data? And how do we prepare the data to be used? So we must start from being able to get a set of current data that is reliable. Very, very important. And we need to then be able to build models with those data. And then based on those modeling, you can check whether this old data, the part of that data that's reliable, then you can be able to use them. But I think going for the important thing is, that's why I talk about we're not good in operations and maintenance. Because operations and maintenance is about data collection and data integrity. So my field is running today. Am I getting the right pressures? Am I getting the right volumes? Am I getting the right, what you call, quality of the production? Am I documenting it? Because it's that data that tomorrow you can use for prediction. So the starting point must be, we must do some validation. Validation by getting current credible data and validate. On that basis, you can know the older data that is still credible, you can add to it and you can use. But like I said, all that we do in integrity management, if I'm not able to keep accurate data, then it's like we're going back to the days of what I call the babalawos. Yes, somebody go inside, check something, come and tell you this is what is going to happen in the future. And I'm not sure any one of us wants to be in that kind of world. We're in a digital world now, so we must intentionally, deliberately, data. Yes, and that is why today we don't want to rely on data that's collected by a human being. We want to rely on instruments that store data for you, not human beings. Because I can be writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And instead of 5, I can put 8. Now, if that's only data that you have, actually, I've already falsified the data already. So again, tools that can collect the data for us. So we're looking at data loggers and all those instrumentation that can store data for you. And that way, then you have a basis to validate and then to begin to use for your assessments here.
Thank you for that word validate, because I know that at the end of the day, we still need to bring human into it to actually see whether those data make sense or not. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Let me ask Engineer Tunji, Dr. Tunji Banjo. I know you are also in this area and you play a lot with data. Can you please share with us how are you moving towards smart pigging with real-time data transmission, or a massive development of low-cost fixed wireless sensor along the right of way? So how do we actually bring this data now to be able to move to smart technology, if I can use that word?
All right, thank you, moderator. One of the things that you also need to look at before you start your pigging is you need to look at your pressure. When you start having some pressure drop or some issues along the pipeline, then that gives you an indication that yes, there's something clogging my pipeline that I need to work on. And that's very phenomenal in pipeline maintenance. You have your flow computers that give you regular information on a daily basis. Looking at running a smart pig, you must have first clean the pipeline. There's cleaning aspect where you use your foam, you use your mechanical pigs before you run your smart pigs into the factory. When you have that data of your smart pig, I'm talking intelligent pigs now. We call them intelligent pigs, depending on what you want to check on the pipeline. That figure should tell you if you have intrusion on your pipeline, you can get the point with a GPS. When you're running the smart pig into the pipeline, you need to have a pig that can give you geolocation that will make it easy for you to do your repairs on that particular area. So information about pipeline, internal information about pipeline using the smart pig is very, very key in ensuring your integrity and having that pipeline being properly maintained at any point in time. However, there are some things before you do your maintenance. Probably you have a flow on the pipeline you're flowing, and you suddenly notice a pressure drop. Now, you just don't notice the pressure drop. There are indications. You have a flow computer at one hand, both hands, that helps you to monitor when you come in at the point of entry, what's the pressure at the point of entry. It's also data. That is being done using, if you have an Omni flow meter, it gives you that information on real time. Now, at the other receiving end, where you are doing your custody transfer, if you cross-check those two pressure and they are dropped, it tells you there's something happening on my pipeline. Somebody needs to visit it. That's one of the things that you need to do to ensure that your pipeline integrities are being maintained.
Thank you. Dr. Jelai, I know you have experience in the field, but there was a time I was sick and I went to the doctor. And let me adjust my chair very well so that I can see your face. And I asked the doctor, is it possible for me to have in my system, in my bloodstream, drug for malaria, drug for typhoid, in my body system? I will not call for it until I'm sick, but it's there. And the guy looked at me and said, you're crazy. And I said, that's what we call immune system, right? That's what we call immune system. So it activates when it sees any other microorganism. Can I have the drug in case my body soldiers are weak so they can attack it? I want to believe that digital twine system functions in a similar way, right? Is it possible now or in the nearest future for us to design new pipelines with embedded fiber optics and microsensors that acts as a nervous system, creating a perfect digital twin from day one? Is it possible for us to do it? And if your answer is yes, we want your company to give us time frame where we can achieve it in Nigeria so that we can celebrate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning again. It's possible, right? And it's not what has not started. This is what we call born digital. Born digital means, okay, in engineering design, we have what we call inherently safe designs. You want to design for safety. You want to also do your construction with safety at the backbone. So pretty much these days, pipelines are being designed and are being designed to have sensing materials. And the new front lines is taking us to those days. First and foremost, we were using pipeline bundles. So you may have the parent pipeline or the primary pipeline. That's a 12-inch pipeline. That is the primary one carrying the service. And then you have other pipelines and umbilicals wrapped around it, all embedded in a bigger diameter pipeline, like a 36-inch pipeline. You have all that. Number one, it serves many purposes. One of those will be to, first, your right of way is only limited. You just want to bundle everything together. And while you are also doing that, you have your fiber optics cable also embedded in that assembly. So these have been the practice. But lately, with the advent of AI, we've seen pipelines that are now being manufactured with fiber optics being laid, with the polymer part of that pipeline being laid with, or laced with fiber optics to record pressure drops, temperature drops, acoustic differences, and all of those parameters that we take from the field. There is a technology that already exists, right? And one of the ones that are closest to that we are doing in Nigeria is the transition from this rigid pipeline to the flexibles. The last presentation, I showed us the layout of the flexibles. Typically, a flexible pipeline has like 6 other layers. The external layers is what we'll see, but there are some embedded inside. And we have the polymer layer, we have the carbon steel layer, we have other layer. So now, technology is making us to now use the polymer that is embedded there to infuse or to program a lot of things that we want to see, so that you can now have what we call distributed temperature sensing, distributed acoustic sensing, distributed pressure sensing, or whatever you want to sense across the length of your pipeline. And that helps you to do what we call data fusion. So you don't want to only be collecting data in isolation. You want to collect your data at once, cutting across everything. Parameters. Your chemical composition, your temperature, your pressure, your water thickness. Everything comes to you at once, and then you now have a system at the back end where you can now disseminate them or distribute all those data to where you need them so that you can make decisions. Yes, it's possible, and that is where the future of pipeline is as we speak.
When are we going to have it in Nigeria?
When we are ready to make that big investment, it comes with expense.
Can born digital pipeline system handle corrosion?
Sure. So one of those reasons why we also have that born digital pipeline is the materials that are used for the pipeline that will make corrosion not to be possible in the nearest time. All right. And where you have corrosion setting in, the sensors should also tell you that at the KP, we have kilometer marker. At this social products, you are having this thing degrading because of these factor, because of this substance, because of this component of your service that is accumulating in the pipeline. So it's possible.
So, Engineer Lamide, when are you expected to bring this fantastic technology to Nigeria, so that once we lay our pipeline, can we also make that pipeline to be anti-vandalism, anti-stealing, anti-everything? It's a question. I'm not saying you should give me answer today, because the way Dr. Jela is talking fantastic, and I'm excited. Can we such that when you touch the pipe, we start shouting, please don't touch me, don't touch me. Barao, barao. Can we do that, please?
Yes, we've actually done it in Umogeni. 2014-15, we laid a pipeline, and we have a fiber optic cable beside the pipeline at 5 o'clock, which tells us, gives us the visual sensing, like what is said, acoustics, and we have 2 control centers, one at one end, the other one at the other end. We have somebody monitoring it as at that time. However, these are the issues. It has its own problem which needs to be resolved. When you get your acoustic sensing information, you are not sure if what we were interested in was intrusion. It gives us temperature change, it gives us acoustic information at the other hand. Now, the challenge is when we get spurious alerts, we are not sure what those alerts were. Either it's a vandal or a cattle walking along the right of way. So that's technology. I want to put it to him that you need to be specific. If not, you're going to have spurious alerts. You want to send, when you have an alert generated by we call it, our system is intelligent pipelines surveillance system. That's the word we use for intelligent pipeline surveillance system. And it's still something we are still looking at. We will appreciate if these acoustics, this information, these alerts that we get, you have a picture, it can go with a camera or something like that, to see, to be sure what it was, what you're generating from the pipeline. And that should be a question for the future. That's, yes, you're getting alerts on your system at the control room, but you're not sure. It just tells you digging, mechanical impacts.
If you permit me from an academic point of view,
yeah,
I think we can actually try to look at decibel produced when a cattle is moving, when human is moving, when truck is moving, when digging is going on. We can actually rank it based on the decibel, and then the signal can actually trigger and tell you the level. We are talking theory now. Sorry, I'm a theoretical person. You are the practical person. Yes. So, but at the same time, we need to meet somewhere. Yeah. And I believe that if you can calibrate the system, that okay, for horse to be passing, for cow to be passing, this is decibel they will bring. Give me this alert. So you give it chin, oh, cow moving. Except we have smart human beings that will move like cow when they are digging. Except that.
Okay,
let me move to somebody else so that it will not be partial towards you, if you don't mind, sir. Okay, all right.
Now, your pipeline traverses so many roads, and because as you're moving along each of those road crossings, it comes up with various, and that area needs to be marked out. And that's what we discovered during the time we were using it. At the point where we have a road crossing, vandals attacked the line because they were able to guess one way or the other that that particular road crossing was marked out. So those are challenges that I want to put up on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ogajita, I know you are excited about what you are hearing, and you have been doing a lot in this area too. I am the one that is more excited because I only teach in class. Unfortunately, some of us have not actually seen majority of what is going on in the industry, if not because of the opportunity we have to be in this kind of association. You become professor, you don't even know what the pipes look like, either inside or outside. And then you can teach people material science, material engineering, and so on and so forth. And you are fantastic. I used to have a professor, a friend from OAU. He had 35 papers on SRD, on the semi-DS, and BET. So he went to America for a conference, and he met a professor there. So the guy took him there, and he was looking at all the equipment. They're looking nice. So he never knew that he was actually seeing SRD, SEM, all the equipment that has written fantastic papers on. And he's a professor. So, Chita, I know you're excited and you have done a lot of work on vendor landscaping. Is it better to build a bespoke digital integrity platform in-house, or we partner with multiple best-in-class technology provider. If we partner with best international provider, at what point do we want to look at Nigerianization? I'm a core Nigerian.
Okay, I think we share the same thing. Me, I'm a core Nigerian.
Fantastic.
The point is that unless you're not serious, if you're serious about transiting from the manual to the digital, you must involve a third-party SME. It's not something you can do internally. It's not possible. Because if you know the amount of money you need to spend, you should know then that if you must spend that money, you should do something that is on a global standard so you can compete anywhere. Okay, so from what I know, it's always better to start with a foreign, or rather, not necessarily foreign, but it must be a third party SME.
More experience.
Yeah, more experience. Who is, I mean, you build pipelines, but this person, all he does is digital transformation. So there must be a difference. Yeah. So, but it's something you also do wisely, especially if you share our sentiments on being core Nigerians. Yeah. Okay, so you must be able to embed it in the key contract with the third party. There must be something that speaks to the fact that the third party is not just going to come and create awareness on the digital material, maybe an ERP or something. He's also going to midwife it, take you through to go live, as we call it. And then the contract should also contain a clear gated roadmap to percentage relinquishing of mastery. By that I mean that, when you're doing a transformation, whether it's digital or whatever, you don't stop the business while you do, because you still have to make profit. So the two must be going on pari passu. Okay, so in that case, you can say at the initial stage, the SME, in terms of rolling out, in terms of manning the transportation, the transformation, you could start with SME is manning 80%, your own core team is manning 20%. Okay, and then you could include it in the contract as a 3-year plan, for instance. So you say, okay, at the end of the first year, before I pay you, because it's milestone now, before I pay you, my own staff should be manning 30% while you're manning 70%. Then you graduate it to saying by the end of the second year, my own staff should be manning 60% while you're manning 40%. You understand? And then by the third year, there needs to be a clear indication, both from external measurement and from my own internal measurement, that my staff is manning 100% by the third year. So it's a 3-year plan. So you must graduate it that way. That way, you use the contract to enforce transfer.
Thank you so much. Yeah. But we are dealing with human beings.
Sorry.
Fantastic. I was coming to you.
Yeah, so, but I think I want to contribute to.
Yeah, fantastic. Yes, sir.
And then from experience.
Yes.
So there are two sides to it. There is the part where you have to design and develop the system. There is a part where it becomes operational.
Yeah.
And he has spoken a lot about the operational
component.
The mechanisms for embedding it to the team that you're bringing the technology to. But in developing it, it's not just bespoke. They develop it and bring it to your team.
Yeah.
It will work. The experience is important, especially if this is being done outside of the country. So while you're developing it, you need to have somebody. So it's a mix right from the first day. That way, it's easier when you deploy it. The people will take the technology in because it's developed to solve the problems they already have.
Thank you. Engineer Uzoma is using AI to read my mind. Because I don't know how he know what I wanted to ask him. Okay, let me go back to Engineer Pankis. You agree with me that we need some policies to be able to address transformation, right? I want to know, how can regulatory framework evolve to encourage adoption of these advanced technology rather than relying solely on traditional prescriptive inspection intervals? If they are bringing it now, you know there will be so many challenges. So many people will face it and say, no, we don't want that. We're going to no job for our people, blah blah blah. So what are the regulatory framework that need to be on ground to be able to address some of these challenges? I'm not sure that is working.
Okay, so regulatory framework. So let me go back to part of the things I said yesterday. We need to imagine, then we engineer. And I think so the way to sell it is, you know, we want to go somewhere that is better than where we are. And to get there, of course, the policies and the regulation will change. So let's give an example. We're using a bicycle, and we think that we need to use an aeroplane. We cannot adopt the same laws for bicycle with aeroplane. So I think where we always miss it, why we don't get popular support, is the way it is framed and the way it is discussed. It's discussed as, there's this law you must comply to. Now, if you come and tell me that I'm going to resist, why? But if you tell me and you explain to me, we need to move from a point A to a point B, like I said yesterday. The decade of gas gives us an opportunity to industrialize. So I think of a $10 trillion economy. And then there will be massive amount of what you call wealth creation. Therefore, it would mean that poverty reduces. So the number of people making phone calls to me, expecting me, reduces. Therefore, quality of life improves. Now, because of that, we need to move to this level, and we need this kind of regulation. Therefore, people are going to support. So I think it's a framing. So we need regulations, what you call better integrity management system. We want what we're building to last. Most national pipelines were built for 25 years. They've lasted up to 60 years. Now, if we need to change them today, we don't have the money to be able to do that. Therefore, the more we can operate them safely, better for us. So it is about, there needs to be regulation. But we frame it in a way that it takes us to a better place for the benefit of everybody. So we all want to go there. Like the plane is safe, you want to keep it safe. Everybody wants to go, because you don't want to enter the plane and then it's going to crash. So that way everybody enters the plane, make sure they comply to the rules, because it is for everybody's benefit. So that's the way we need to frame it, so that people support it, so that the regulators too. But our regulators and our universities, let me say that in closing, we must change. We're dinosaurs. You know, dinosaurs is only for the past. So we have to metaphors into what the future is. Like I asked him a question. You're training, the people you're training in the university is for who? If you say for industry,
I'm being moderated. I'm being moderated now.
Yes. If you say it's for industry, then you must come and know where is industry going, so that you can train people that can come into industry. But if you are training people for yourself, then don't come and complain that industry is not absorbing them. If you are training for us, then the university must come and collaborate. Where is industry going to? And therefore, you prepare people that can bring value to the industry. Yes.
Thank you for moderating me. I will answer the question. Though my paper is to address some of these questions. The example I gave you about the man is a professor, a senior professor. I think he's in the 80s now. It's real. He's from OAU. If I mention a name, you will remember. We have big challenges in the academia. Big challenges. Very serious ones. And unfortunately, I was discussing with the chairman yesterday. We don't have anywhere in this country where we are training anybody for pipeline engineering. Nowhere. We only teach you transfer phenomena, thermodynamics, material science, material engineering, strength of material. That's all. You want to contribute? We are digressing, but I think it's important too, because it's part of the leveraging that we need to look into.
Yeah, I think it's a good digression. It's left for us to discuss it. So there is the problem, we've identified it. There's the connection between industry and the academia and the university.
Yes.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
What is the solution? What do we do? So if you go across the industry, there are people who have retired but still active, who are willing to take that experience to schools. But the mechanism for making that happen is not in place. There are people who are working very active, but also willing to go to the universities. So when I was in the Gulf of Mexico, I had 2 colleagues. Every Wednesday, they go to the university to teach. They just go to the university, whatever you're doing with them that Wednesday, no. And what do? They are not going with lecture notes. It's experience they have. They have people. They have even lecturers they are mentoring. Lecturers they are mentoring. So we need to develop that mechanism. We need to build that connection between the universities and the industries. It's in 2 ways: students and the industry, the lecturers and the industry as well. So that needs to be factored in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The mechanism is there is the activation energy that is high. Yes, you can have. We are digressing, but I think it's important too. Please.
Let me share personal experience. So, in Malaysia, Cotton University was inviting me whenever they have new students in engineering to come and talk to them. And I'll tell them about what industry expects. Therefore, from year 1, they were getting us to come and talk to them in the industry. Then I told you about Petronas University. So we have what you call the pipeline, what you call fraternity in Malaysia. And we visit the university. And they'll invite us to come back. I've come there a couple of times to sit and just talk with the professors and the doctors. And when you finish, they tell you, now there are 40, 50 research that we can do that is industry relevant. It didn't cost anything. They just invited us. And we're willing to come. We're willing to support what you call the universities. And that is what we can do. So you have us here. Where's the leverage? Industry is here. You want us to come, we're willing to come. Yes.
Chairman, sir, let me address the chairman of plan. Resolution number 1. Every single practitioner in the industry have agreed to give service to university free of charge. No, that's the way I understood it now. That's the way I understood it, sir. Sorry, I'm engaging him. He said, what you are saying is the tears in the face of everybody. Like I said, the activation energy is very high. We actually try to bring some from the industry to my own university. When the guy had what he will be paid, he asked us whether it's payment for a day or for a month. So we have that energy barrier problem. But if plan can start it, initiate this, that we are ready, we can pick 2 or 3 universities in Nigeria where you are ready to render online, teach the students from your experience free of charge. I think it's going to give this sitting a better okay. Do we agree on this, please? Do we agree on this, please? Thank you so much.
Can I make an input?
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so that's another angle. I have another angle to it.
Yes.
So, Pankez's angle is on a personal basis. What can you do?
Yes.
As somebody that works or rather makes money from the industry? Your angle is what can the association do? My angle is what can each company do?
Fantastic.
Yeah, we do it a lot in OISA. For the past 7 years, we went out to UNN, told them our intent. They organized themselves, got all their professors, got us into a room. And what we wanted was, let's see the researches you're doing. We have particular interest in nanotechnology.
Fantastic.
So they brought all their professors and then exposed all they have done. There are some researches they've done. Some of them are close to being patented and all that, different stages. Okay, so we picked 2 that is relevant to our own work, and then over the past 7 years, we've been working with some of them have been published already. So we are gradually moving towards that patented this thing, and with the understanding that once it's patented, you test it on us.
Fantastic.
You understand? So like the emotion we share about being Nigerian. So if every captain of industry, company here, knows that you've gained a lot from this country, and then you want to give back, then you need to take initiative, go to the universities, you understand, know what they are doing, know where you can be relevant, you understand, and make it part of your corporate policy to be involved.
Fantastic. So we are getting another resolution. No, I'm giving you, sir. I'm giving you, sir. No. Okay, I don't. The time is not up yet.
Okay. Let me just say something before the chairman comes. So like for us as well, I've actually been partnering with the Nigeria Center of Engineers. We have been mentoring the young professional engineers. I had a webinar with them last month where I told them a lot of things they never heard before. Coming out from the university with a certificate in today's world takes you nowhere. You need to know what Internet of Change is. You need to know all the stuffs that you bring AI into engineering, for you to effectively compete with those, abroad. Now, young people are getting certifications that companies abroad take them. One of my own cousins, my sister's first son, I mentored him. He's the one managing the back end of Mark & Spencer. When he graduated from the university as a computer engineer and computer science, he hadn't seen the computer before, worked on a computer, but he developed himself. So the other aspect I want to speak on is the area of domiciliation. Most times we just partner with these companies abroad and expect them to domicile the technology in Nigeria. Trust me, they're not going to do that. We just sign MOUs. They will never reveal their technology to you. We've sent a lot of people. Companies have sent people abroad to do designs. They put you in a separate room where the guys are doing the designs are different. What we can do is what Mr. Bankers has always advocated in Renaissance. Nigeria can spend 30 billion in an election to conduct an election, but they cannot spend $5 million, in research and development. We need to conceptualize the ideas and invest money into research and development. Not conducting election. In fact, in a country I reside, they were doing election 2 weeks ago. Nobody knew. There was no public holiday, nothing. You can just do it from wherever you are. You don't need to spend $5 million in election. But today we are advocating, let's invest more resources in funding research and development. For me, I'm looking forward to, create a center for research and development so that we can produce something in Nigeria. We can not bringing it from abroad, but starting it from here and taking it outside. And that is what he has always been telling us, in Renaissance. In fact, he has challenged us, and we know that we will not disappoint him, Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm so pleased that this panel has dragged you into a new terrain, but it's for good. See, that's what happens when you have enlightened audience, and these people we have here. So let me tell you, we are going to take this thing up. And let me also tell you what has happened in the past. There are 4 pillars that plan was focusing on. One had to do with regulation. Before plan came into the picture, at then DPR, there was not a department that was specifically dedicated to pipelines. When we engaged the DPR, they told us, oh yeah, go to I think it was facilities department, and the facilities were at that time more interested in surface equipment and all. Our advocacy led to the delineation or creating of a pipeline focused desk in DPR, and now we started challenging them on regulations and what we're doing to protect to prolong the life of our pipeline. That's when some companies, some big operators. At the time, the big operator that was so focused on integrity and maintenance was SPDC. And you can see that's where Pancakes comes from. Now, with that effort, that intervention led to other entities. I'm telling you, some big pipelines were not installed with systems for pigging, system for measuring anything at all. Yeah, so that's what advocacy can do, and that's what we are doing. And some of you here, if you were last year, you see that the National Assembly people came. That is also another reach out of our plan, because we want to get involved in the laws, in framing what comes out, not to start screaming when it comes out. So that's why you see them come out. Some will say, what has the National Assembly got to do with pipeline here? No, they have everything to do with it, because they are going to make the laws and the regulations and that under which you will operate. And a lot of them want to be educated. They want to be, informed of what to do. So we are going to advance that. The other aspect that a plan was doing was the training and development relating to even the education. So we were sponsoring in UST or University of Port Harcourt research program. Yeah, we were sponsoring research programs, and we put them through some company. I know my own company, we sponsored some PhD research programs on issues related to pipeline and pipeline integrity and maintenance. So we created that, and we were having a regular engagement with them. What is now going to happen is this conference, you're going to generate another impetus on this, and we're going to jumpstart it with the new executive that is coming in, which we will put in place hopefully at the AGM this evening. And that will be one of the directions that the Board of Trustees will tell them. Continue this engagement with academia, with the universities. Let's see how we can leverage what our member companies are doing already, like OilServe. And by the way, the MD of OilServe is on the Board of Trustees of Plan. I know you haven't been mentioning him. Please correct that. And we can leverage that and put him into. And he probably was involved in one of the PhD programs in Port Harcourt at the time. I'm not sure about now, but we can check. So we're going to take it up. Engagement with the universities, programs, and we can draft some people in and programs, and engagement with regulation. That's the advocacy of our association. It's not only technical, but it's also these other things, including the financing, because all these things come together to make for successful pipelines. Thank you.
You see, no, we are in advanced level today. 2 minutes, please. No, 1.5 seconds.
Thank you, sir. So what I just wanted to say is that because I'm in the EAC in current, so I'm so happy this came out. So when I leave here, I'm still going to tell my chairman, but what I want to stress is especially on collaboration, Oga spoke about. When they go for accreditation, and we are saying that there should be this industry academic collaboration. The professors because in my team, I'm so fortunate that Yakub is not here today. So he said that the industries are not even willingly to collaborate with them, that's one. And then when we talked about sponsor research, because it's even there on the OB, that because that's where they're tailoring the university towards now, that all university must comply with the OB. So they will tell you that when they bring research, because some of them they will say the students should be able to, for the engineering category, which is the Washington Accord, they will say the students should be able to carry out research, that like you do a problem thinking, like a design you should revolve around on the technology you told him if they are to build. But they said the industries are not supporting. Yes, it's key, but from what I have seen in this discussion, more of the collaboration is at the NSC level. But the regulators who are the core, I think we are not going towards that. So it's key after here, I think it's key, so that you can help us, especially with the EAC, on the getting of the 3 accords for the country. Thank you.
Thank you. We have discussed my paper, but I will still bring it up because there are so many challenges in academia. I want to plead with everybody for the way we have cheated you. We didn't teach you, but we cheated you. It was not intentional. That was what we have in time to teach everybody. But we are glad that we are seeing progress when you leave academic environment. I want to add, in line with what she said, there's what we call outcome-based education, OBE, where we are training people to be useful in the industry. I want to add that plans should look at doing what we call mandatory projects. We should identify schools and give them mandatory projects. We should give them mandate. We want UNN to do this. We want this to do this, so that in the process of doing that, they will train the student. But unfortunately, the staff who are supposed to train the student, they don't have the knowledge to train the student. So what's the way out now? The industry will not come to the school, and they will not even take the lecturers on sabbatical in their industries. I must confess to you.
We take lecturers. And let me tell you my story about bringing sabbatical.
It's becoming a big topic now. You use the mics.
Okay. So we bring sabbaticals, and I have done that almost for the last 8-9 years. So let me tell you my experience. So I narrowed down on only PhD and masters. So you bring a master's student in. I said within a year we can condition he can get something done for us. You bring a PhD, okay. I brought in 2, what you call, professors. For the whole 1 year I couldn't condition them. All ideas they're bringing is not relevant. And they're in my office for 1 year. And we pay them so much money every month. So I asked myself, why should I bring someone, it takes me 1 year, I can't condition him. Then by the time they finish, when I say, okay, now that I've gone back to university, I can help you do something. You're here for 1 year. You're bringing theories that have no relevance. And you're so old, I can't run you around the field because of your age, I'm afraid. Let me not go with you right over here and there. You'll break down. So I decided it's only the masters and then what you call the PhDs. And that has worked a lot for us. But even for them, we need a lot of conditioning. What do I mean? Basic things. The truth is, educational system, let's say it, is dead. Compared to Malaysia, I told him, they give me a fresh graduate. Within a month, he can deliver for me. I get a fresh graduate. I need 2 to 3 years. And then so much conditioning, so much teaching, just for them to do basic things. The project, the university project, is supposed to teach us basic problem-solving skills. Literary research project, how you confirm solution and go and implement. But we're not doing it well. So I think the basics of even the university education, problem solving, let's fix it. There are so much problems and problems and opportunities in the society. We're producing graduates that cannot identify solutions. We need to fix it. You don't need any big training. We need to go back to the basics and make it right. That way, we have solution providers out and they can turn our problems into big opportunities and into wealth creation. That's what we need to do. But we have to check how other countries doing it. You people go on what you call sabbatical outside the country. You go and do 2 years and come back. We're not seeing any change. So I think it's important. We need to change of mindset so we can get, and like I said, we're ready as industry to support. That's why we're here. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I can see the spirit of ASU in you. But to round it up, we digress, but I think it's also in line, because if you want to have advanced pipeline integrity system, you need to have advanced thinking graduate. So if you don't have advanced thinking graduate, then there is no how you can hand over the industry to them. The problem you raise is a systemic problem in Nigeria. Nigerians will go abroad, they will perform well. When they come here, they will not perform. There is something that we all have to look into. And I'm pleading with the chairman that maybe our next meeting, we should try to come on board with this kind of symposium on how to bridge that gap between industry and university. Most especially, what are the caliber of students we admit into engineering? I don't want to go into the carcass of admission and the rest. So in just 10 seconds, round up. Let's start with you, sir. 10 seconds.
Okay. Well, I must appreciate the moderator for talking about the university. I finished from University of Badon, and what they do is to contact their alumni who have finished from each department to come around the school. In fact, you're willing. I can tell you from my department where I finished from, I've been to that department like 2 or 3 occasions with some of my other guys. They've gone there to do presentation, to tell them about the industry. And that gives the students who will be graduating or who have graduated or who are about to graduate, who are still in school, the sense that, oh, this is what the industry really wants. I think we can deploy that to some other schools. Look at your alumni, those that are performing in the industry, call them in, let them train your students.
Thank you, sir.
You can start from that.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Velayo, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Right, so I want to say we are ready to go into the universities if we are called upon. And of course, we also should make effort as industry to do those penetration. So I believe we also need to be willing to make investment into transition into data monitoring, right? Because it needs some muscle. We need some capital muscle to do that and some willingness to do that. And then we need to compete at the global stage. We have a lot of pipelines in Nigeria, but they don't have to be run in an archaic way. It has to be run based on international standards so that we can get value for the infrastructures we have. Thank you.
Okay, so I think our engagement with the universities has to be value-based. Sometimes in the industry, we need to ask some dumb questions. For instance, can I build a self-cleaning pipeline? I don't need to pick them.
Yeah.
The pipeline will decide when it needs cleaning, and then it shoots a peak by itself. Things like that. I don't need to go checking, getting data to manage my corrosion system. Can the pipeline on its own say, this crude that's flowing through me is not what I need? And it sets off something. Those questions look like dumb questions. Let's take them to the universities. Find lecturers who will solve them. And that way, we are engaging on value, not just to say, oh, come and say something or come and give us something that may not work. So let's use that value system as a system of engagement by asking the very dumb questions that gives you value.
Thank you, sir. Final word.
Okay, so every year, thousands of researches are done, first degree, second degree, third PhD. I see that as a big opportunity to solve the right problems and to build the ability. So again, as industry, like I said, we have to deliberately, this decade of gas, post-decade of gas, like I said, if we don't prepare ourselves, we'll have the infrastructure, but we're going to destroy the infrastructure because we can't run it. So it's important that the right kind of people, if you read Lim Kwa Yun from third world to first world, that's why if you go and look at the people in Singapore, they change the mindset of the people and the way they do things. That's why they can sustain the world when you be in a first world country. So we need to do that. And like I said, for me, we're available for the industry. But then the universities have to come and collaborate. Yes, you have to come and collaborate. Yes, and we're available to provide that support.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Basically, anything we want to do requires funding.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Nigerian economy needed to go gas, and the federal government set up the gas infrastructure fund. So you want to go digital, do a digital transformation. I don't know, whoever will contribute to the funds should be a mixture of the industry players who are giving back to the society and then the government, but there should be a research based fund that is set up, and then the criteria for assessing such funds by the institution is something that has to be drafted by industry experts and the government, you understand, so that when this fund is administered, it will solve specific industry problem. For instance, you could give a particular university, department, a university a task, They say maybe our pipelines, the lifeline of our pipelines is maybe generally 25 to 30 years. We want to manufacture pipelines that will last 100 years. It's a question, the fund is there. If you meet the criteria, collect it, and whoever is able to come up with something that is tested and proven, okay, gets us on, so, you know, back or something like that. So we need to do all that, put the fund in place to be able to walk the talk.
Thank you so much. It's been a very fruitful deliberation with digression, but I also want to plead, if the chairman will permit, sir, that based on what we have had today, we need to have what we call a sectoral group, plan motivated sectoral group that will actually create a platform where industry and academia can actually be discussing. We can create a WhatsApp group. We can do that one after today. Create a WhatsApp group. We have some academia who are with us. We can meet later so that we can build on this. It's a very good equation, and I want this reaction to be explosive. Thank you very much for coming on board. Thank you also the listener for everything. We appreciate you.
You don't vex, eh?
Why not? Ladies and gentlemen, our pipelines stay strong when knowledge and practice stay together. The industry here have agreed to bring the funding and the experience, while our academia will bring fresh ideas which will solve these problems. Please can you give the moderator and the amazing panelists a resounding round of applause. Phenomenal. So we will still hold on. The VIPs, please kindly join them on stage for a family photo. Plan President, please join on stage. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. That was very intense and passionate. We loved the energy from Banky's Heads, for Renaissance Africa Energy. Thank you so much, sir, for your very passionate contribution to this topic. Celebrating Christabel Ikocha from NNRA. We see you, ma'am. Pleasure to see you again. And I believe the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority will pick notes from this event. Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 4 key presentations, another panel session. So let's continue with the event. The panel session took about 1 hour. And this also makes us especially the ones who get to go back to the seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you a brief of how the day would go, because I know some people are already asking questions about lunch. We have only 2 keynote presentations left. The person I'll call now will do his, and then we have somebody else come. And after that, we have the panel session, the last panel session. After these 3, we have the AGM for members, then we have lunch. Would you give me your attention for the next few minutes? Okay, you want panel session, then lunch, then AGM, right? Okay, is that what you want? No, if you are like to go for lunch, you'll not come back. I know you. So ladies and gentlemen, please, we know you came very late. This is the problem. When we say event starts by 9, we appeal that you start by 9. You said around 11, 10:30, 11 o'clock, and that's why we are extending to this time. So please, we'll just have the 2 presentations, the panel, the AGM. You go and eat and you enjoy yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to present to you a seasoned professional in energy, finance, and strategic investment. He is the group head, oil and gas and energy business in Access Bank PLC. With over 22 years of experience across oil and gas, energy, power, infrastructure, finance, and corporate banking, he has consistently led innovation and value creation in the financial sector. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering from the University of Nigeria and 2 first-class master's degrees. Please celebrate him, please. Wow, amazing, amazing. 2 first-class master's degrees, and you're not clapping. Wow. 1 in banking and finance from the University of Wales, Bangor, and another in energy and petroleum from the University of Dundee, Scotland, where he graduated as the best student, receiving the university's prize for business and professional excellence. He is an associate from the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Nigeria, Scotland, and Wales. Amazing. And a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, SPE. His executive trainings include some of the world's most respected institutions: Harvard Business School, Wharton, MIT Sloan, Lagos, London Business School, I beg your pardon, and IMD Switzerland. Today he will speak on the topic, Bridging the Capital Gap, Bankability Criteria, and the Evolving Risk Appetite for Pipeline Lending in the energy transition. So you want to borrow money? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man you should listen to and of course meet after the event. Help me welcome and celebrate the group head, oil and gas and energy business, Access Bank PLC. The one and only, the handsome looking, Mr. Emeka Nkwanta. Celebrate him, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board of Trustee, Pipeline Professionals Association of Nigeria. Good afternoon, representatives of the NNPC and Ministry of Petroleum. Good afternoon, sponsors of Plan, Renaissance Africa Energy, PETAN, and other stakeholders in this room. My name is Emeka Nkwanta. I'm from the Energy Desk of Access Bank, and I'll be taking us through this very short presentation that centers on bridging the capital gap, looking at bankability of pipeline projects, as well as evolving risk appetite amidst energy transition. Before I jump straight into my presentation, I would like to make a few comments. Okay, while they come up with the slide, I would just like to make a few comments with respect to the policy documents that give life to pipeline projects in Nigeria. And by this, I mean some of the observations I've made on documents like the Petroleum Industry Act, whether it's sections 113, sections 127 to 135, whether it's the Nigerian Gas Master Plan, the Nigerian Gas Policy, as it may be referred to, the Nigerian Gas Expansion Program, or the Domestic Gas Supply and Pricing Policy. One thing remains a recurring decimal across these documents, and that is the fact that there is no deliberate journey to capital funding. And I would like to start by encouraging policymakers who may be in this room and government to take the lead by deliberately enshrining in these documents pathways to capital funding. And we can start with the funds, the available funds that we have in Nigeria, which includes the NCDMB funds. We can up these funds to support projects of systemic importance and national security for Nigeria. We can look at the pension funds and ring-fence these funds with regulation in a way that we can channel those funds to support projects of this nature. We can look at the national sovereign wealth funds and also ring-fence these funds and channel them to support projects of this magnitude. The reason being that pipeline projects and other infrastructure development projects are highly capital intensive. They are highly construction intensive, and they are also high risk. So it's best when the government take the lead by looking inward to see, go beyond the sovereign guarantees that they provide to actually structure funds that will support this industry. Then we can come into the private sector efforts to support projects in this space. Okay, virtually no meaningful conversations happen in the energy sector without looking at energy transition, climate change, decarbonization, green, clean, sustainable energy. So I cannot go into my presentation without making reference to the fact that we all know that Nigeria is a signatory to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Nigeria is also a signatory to the Paris Agreements, where they are in alignment with over 150 other countries to ensure that the climate resilience is achieved. Based on all of that, Nigeria has its blueprint for the nationally determined contribution, chief amongst which is to ensure elimination of gas flaring by 2030. That would mean that gas that is flared will be channeled to other useful means. And that would also mean the infrastructure to do that must be accomplished. So gas, luckily, has been designated by the European Union as an eligible green energy source. And by gas, I mean hydrocarbon gas for now. So that gives us the impetus to look at ways to channel gas for very important national growth. So before we look at the capital funding options that are available to support pipeline projects, it's also first to look at, very important to look at what is likely to affect a depth of a financier's choice of providing funds to support the industry. Today, because of energy transition, banks are constrained looking at projects in the traditional risk dimensioning that would have done for similar projects. Today, we must build in what we call climate risk management. Okay, this slide presents some of the considerations that have come into our typical or traditional risk management protocol. And that would mean that banks today must look at what we call portfolio greening. Portfolio greening means that various green stakeholders, including the Central Bank of Nigeria today, mandates banks to scale down on traditional hydrocarbon energy financing and replace at least 25% of that portfolio with renewable energy. The implication of that is that the pool of funds that are available to finance traditional infrastructure, energy infrastructure projects would have to come down and be replaced. That means the competition for projects would naturally heighten. Today, pipeline projects are designated as Category A projects under ESG. And that would mean that they are high risk and have capacity to create destabilization of the ecosystem as well as cultural heritage. So it will mean greater scrutiny to transactions and projects before such projects pass financing from the traditional financial institution. So part of the requirement going into such projects would mean that we will screen transactions and projects closer. It will also mean that we will demand from project sponsors to provide us with their decarbonization strategy following the chain of requirements that I have on the screen. We have to ensure that whatever projects that we finance would be designated to produce more energy with less emissions. It will mean that the sponsors will invest in carbon sequestration, utilization, and storage technology like the DLA. It will also mean that such companies will come up with specific strategies that ensure that greenhouse gas emission is minimized or completely eliminated. Today, we're inundated with requests from various parties who have transactions or projects of significant importance. We have the concessionaires who have gotten awards from the NNPC to rehabilitate existing 5,000 kilometers pipeline that run across various segments in Nigeria. We also have requests from them to raise funds for a complete overhaul of that pipeline infrastructure to build and operate new pipelines outside of the existing dilapidated pipelines. We also have requests from operating companies who have single projects, pipeline projects for evacuation of their crude or their gas. So all of these requests put pressure on limited funds and force us to come up with other means of looking at providing funding, capital funding for projects of this nature. So we have adopted what we call advisory in addition to providing direct funds. That advisory will require that we would encourage sponsors of projects to look inwards to generate first equity that supports or gets the project off the ground. Oftentimes we see requests or sponsors of pipeline projects approaching financial institutions just depending on debt capital to commence projects. This is not encouraged because of the risk level of these projects. We encourage promoters of pipeline projects to come together if they do not have deep pockets. Look for investors who can partner with them from an equity standpoint to raise minimal equity that will take the project off the ground before approaching financial institutions. There are a lot of projects that have not taken off the ground for upwards of 5 years, 10 years, because the promoters are depending on banks to generate the capital that will take the project off the ground. I want to encourage us and the industry to try to come together beyond the government push that I mentioned earlier, find deep pocket investors amongst us, offer them some share of the company or the project you have to encourage them to bring their funds in. And this is why sponsors that are operators of the industry who are multinational oil companies, take their projects off the ground fast. Why? Because they have deep pockets. They have deep pockets that enable them take projects off the ground, and then that can attract debt finance to support the rest of the project. And this we have seen play out with a number of the multinationals by reason of Access Bank's expansion across 15 countries in Africa. We also happen to partner with some of these multinationals in different climes. For instance, today we have the East African crude oil pipeline that runs through Tanzania and Uganda going to the ocean, being sponsored by Total Energies. That particular project costs about $13 billion, and we have Total funding at least half of that cost. So while projects, not all projects are in that scale, we encourage, whether it's projects that are just single, within an 11-kilometer radius or length, perimeter, we encourage the sponsors of those projects to look inwards and see how they can raise minimal funds to support those projects, and then we can come in. There are also pockets of other equity support you can get through private equity promoters, hedge funds. Oftentimes we get calls, inquiries from the United States, from Europe, from Canada, from such companies looking for projects that they can support. Part of what we do is to create that referral for promoters of pipeline projects to collaborate with such private equity investors to get their projects off the ground. But the challenge with that is, like I mentioned yesterday, we need to put our house in order. Security and a couple of other impediments discourage those private equity fund promoters from supporting projects in Nigeria. When this equity part is solved, then we come in with other forms of debt to support the remaining part of the project. Some of which is, I have on display other structured funds alternatives, such as convertible debts, project finance, corporate bonds, corporate loans that we can use to support projects having taken off the ground. Because of the size of this type of project, we often would have to come together as a consortium of banks to support these projects because of the capital intensive nature. So this is a representation of a typical project finance for capital projects of this nature. In this construct, lenders will have to come together as a syndicate of banks to pool the funds that are required to support this. Part of what they will be looking at are the underlying contracts that support the project. So that will include the offtake contract. It will include the supply contract, whether it's gas supply or crude oil supply, whatever contract that is underlying that will determine the profitability of such project is what the banks will look at. They will also look at the terms for throughput through that pipeline, whether it's a take or pay or just ordinary throughput. We will support that such projects must be negotiated on a take or pay basis, because banks can't afford to follow the promoters midway only to find out that the terms of the contract has changed and the contract or the pipeline is no longer able to generate revenue. So for Access Bank, we have a bouquet of financing options that includes reserve-based lending for those promoters that have oil fields. We look at your reserve and we look at the long-term life of your reserve and how it's able to support repayment and cash flow for such projects. We look at corporate term loans, mezzanine financing. We also take monies from foreign multinational institutions to support through on-lending. We have partnerships with development finance institutions like the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA. We have with FMO, we have with IFC, with EIB, and other DFIs that help us support projects in this space. Depending on where the long lead items are coming from, the pipelines, we also work and partner with export credit agencies to support projects of this nature, like the US Exim, Afrexim, German Exim, Singaporean and Canadian Exim. Like I mentioned, we need to be able to take comfort from certain characteristics of your project to be able to fund. And that is what makes such projects bankable. The first is who are the sponsors of this project. Like I mentioned earlier, we are looking for sponsors who have the profile, the experience, and the capacity with their skin in the game to be able to take the project off the ground. Sponsors could be operators of existing oil fields. It could be just contractors who have received contracts, awards from contract employers to do pipeline projects to support whatever projects or fields that they have. We could also have concessionaires who are not contractors and who are also not operators who have projects, like the ones that NNPC have concessioned their infrastructure to. So the sponsors have different risk profiles. When a contractor comes with a project, he's viewed differently from when an operator comes with a project. When a concessionaire comes with a project, he's also viewed differently because of the different risk profiles. Other things we look at include the location, the community, and the security architecture around those locations. There are some locations that are trouble-prone. At some point in the past, we had supported GasLink for East Horizon pipeline along the Calabar route. Every 2 kilometers of that particular project, we are confronted with hostile communities and all sorts of vagaries that almost frustrated us in those projects. So we are always very careful looking at the location, the communities, the security around those locations. These things play a role in the transactions that we choose to finance. We also look at technology, as most speakers have mentioned, the security, the project economics that support those transactions. We have to be able to determine that those projects are viable and will generate sufficient cash flow to pay down on the loans that are procured. The rest are the typical credit issues that we'll look at. I've mentioned the project economics, the project counterparties, the collateral and security structure that is necessary to provide comfort to the lenders to ensure that the monies that are lent for these projects come back to the lenders. And that would mean we would take things like all asset debentures and other security guarantees that will give us comfort, including the sponsor's guarantee. We will look at the environment, pipeline security, financing instrument, and the scope of the projects to come up with our credit decision. Others are the risks that are involved. I've mentioned that beyond the traditional risk of completion, most times these projects get prolonged beyond the original timeline, and that is because of other things that come up once the projects start. We also look at this as high risk category A from an ESG risk categorization, and that also means that it will have to pass the ESG test before we can support such projects. The rest are documentations, looking at the governing laws, the legal entity that we are lending to, and the fiscal regime. So with all of this in place, we are able to make a decision whether to finance or not to finance. In conclusion, I will have to say that pipeline project finance is a construction-intensive and high-risk project. Success depends on a number of factors that we consider, which includes location, the anchor users, pipeline security, experience and expertise of the sponsors to guarantee performance. So we encourage everyone who would come to us for financing of such projects to try and follow this pathway. That way, providing financing from a bank will be guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, was that a first-class presentation? Please, can you give another round of applause? I see you, Dr. Felicia. Welcome back, ma'am. Thank you for joining us once again this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last presentation for today. The only young professional that will be presenting. Last year, He did an awesome presentation which earned him an internship position. And today, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to listen to him share his insight in pipeline development. I'm pleased to once again welcome a promising young professional and a pattern intern who represents the next generation of energy innovators. He was speaking on a critical subject that cuts across engineering, operations, safety, a topic that reminds us why pipeline integrity is at the heart of sustainable energy delivery. His presentation is titled Synthetic Review of Pipeline Integrity Management Challenges and Effective Solutions for Optimal Decision Making. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Alison Gabriel, a rising voice of technical insights and innovation in the energy industry. Alison, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, energy eggheads, young professionals like myself, and advanced veterans in this room. My topic is all about pipeline integrity management. I will just have to be fast. We don't have time. I know we have a place to reach out to right now. My topic is about a reminder. I just want to do a reminder about all we have discussed here. I know all about what I want to say right now has been discussed in the just concluded symposium, but what I will just say at this point is pipeline integrity management is no longer optional. We are looking at building a robust gas pipeline system that will carry us for the rest of the year. For the next 10 years, how can we maintain these pipelines? How can we ensure that they are strong? It's not all about constructing. It's not all about laying pipes. It's not about getting finance. We can get all the finance, but then these pipelines will not be what? Sustainable. So everything is hanging around pipeline integrity management. All these pipelines are around communities, are around villages, are around areas that close to habitants where people are residing. But then, they are carrying the lifeblood of the Nigerian economy. What is powering the Nigerian economy? But then, we can't just leave these assets like that. We can't just build them, abandon them, then push in products into them for them to start flowing. There are some critical things that need to be done for we to uphold these robust systems. Pipelines in Nigeria are having a lot of challenges, ranging from aging infrastructures. There are pipelines that have been built before I was even born, but up to now they are still carrying crudes. We also have vandalism. I think recently, that was earlier this year, where the problem of Sim Fubara and Wike and all of that, we had a lot of pipelines being vandalized and a lot of that. So I think there's also a connection between politics and pipeline in Nigeria, but that's a topic of next year. So at this point, we'll talk about the objective of this study. This study, I'm going to remind us about the evolution of pipeline integrity. Also talk about major implementation gaps, where we are having problems in implementing effective PIMS. So we also have decision making as a problem. Then improving what strategies. These are what I'll be showing us on how to what we are to go back with in our various bases, in our various fields and assets. How we can implement all these strategies. Like what Dr. She said, she already mentioned the evolution of pipeline integrity. We are now moving from being a reactive people, we are moving from being a reactive industry to a predictive industry. Back in the days, in the early 1980s, where pipelines are being intervened for after they have been broken down, after they have been vandalized, after they are now old, after debris have now blocked the holes in them. We are now moving down to at the digital transformation age. There is this age right now where we are, the AI age, where pipelines, you have to stay in your control room and you monitor flow assurance. You monitor integrity of the pipeline. You monitor how the corrosion is growing, corrosion growth and all of that. So I believe before the end of the decade of gas, we will make sure we adapt to what the international standard, the international pipeline companies are actually going through right now. So this is actually the PIMS framework I'm to suggest for us. This PIMS is actually a pipeline integrity management system framework. It's not just all about carrying engineers to the site. You check you do your nitrogen purging, you do hydro testing. It's more than that. PIMS is all about identifying the right threats, identifying the right problem. We know we are a lot of problems that these pipelines are having. Corrosion, from corrosion, metal loss, from metal loss, wall thinning, from wall thinning, and etc. I can't mention all of them. So what we have to do is, for we to have a better, efficient, and effective PIMS system, we need to identify the right threats. From the right threats, you will be able to know the right solution to intervene when carrying out pipeline intervention. We then, just like the way our professors and engineers have already said, that data is all. Data is very important. At this point, we need to make sure that we keep our data. We have a database where all this pipeline information has been stored, so that as we are moving to a predictive era, those data are what will assist us to predict what is happening in the next year, in the next shortest time. Without data, we are moving nowhere. We will always be a reactive operators. So now we move to risk assessment. Now, at this point, you have identified the threats in the pipeline. You have collected your data. You assess the risks. Most of the very significant risk assessment method we use in Nigeria is cost analysis, cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, but then there are probabilistic model, relative model that can be used, but those risk and assessment methods are hinged on data. So the next is developing an inspection strategy. After you have collected the data, you have identified the threats, what you have to do is to develop an inspection strategy. That strategy is what helps you to get a perfect solution. PIMS is telling us that our pipeline intervention jobs doesn't have a perfect strategy for you to carry out that job. It doesn't have a perfect science that, oh, okay, we are going to have a pigging job right now. For you to carry out a pigging job, there's no perfect science. There's no one size fits strategy in carrying out that job. So with this PIMS, in this PIMS framework, it is giving us a headline, a guideline for we to know what to do at every point. In carrying out this strategy, you can't skip one and leave one. You can't jump to the other. If you jump, if you if you skip one, you are going to get a poor result, a result that won't give you any headway. So the next, after you develop a strategy, you have to develop a mitigation and monitoring plan. So the next on my slide is the key integrity challenges. Okay, this problem is what we are actually facing currently in Nigeria, where you get a job as a pipeline operator, a pipeline maintaining company. You may be asked, okay, according to the QMS standard and quality management standard, everybody is after, I want to satisfy my client, I want to know what is the requirements of my client. Yeah, your client may be requiring you to, see, I don't want this pipeline to break down in the next 10 years. PIMS won't assure you that. So this job, these limitations, we are working with a budget, tight budget project. You are working in the high risk zone. All these expectations, when you are carrying out your job, should be outlined. Your timeline, your what is your outcome, your results should be made clearly to the client that, okay, as we are carrying out this job for you, these are the things this our machine, this our equipment can do, and these are the things it cannot do. So there should be a proper expectation, stakeholder expectations, management. Then the next one there is threat identifications. You can go to the site and you identify corrosion when the problem there is wall thinning. Then you can carry wall thinning equipment down to the site. My dear, you have wasted your whole time. You have also wasted resources. So this is a reminder that with threat identification, when you are thorough with this, you will get the job timely done. Then the next there is risk assessment complexities. Yeah, you have to do your risk assessment. It's very important. Then we have data overload and weak analytics. We currently in pipeline engineering, pipeline intervention, data analytics is now the way forward. Machine learning and AI analytics. So we can't get these jobs done without proper data. So that's where machine learning comes in, data analytics comes in. When you retrieve your data, these data need to be cleaned, validated, and interpreted. So then the other one there is, the challenge is poor inspection strategies. There are some sites you enter, you see that the pipelines are non-scrappable. When I mean non-scrappable, these pipelines are non-piggable. So there are methods in which can be used. We have the direct assessment methods and all of that. So I'm just trying to beat time. So we have the threat identification methods. So these are the threats that our pipelines are commonly having in Nigeria. We have the corrosion, internal and external corrosions. These are mainly because of poor coating, poor soil conditioning, the reaction between the atmosphere and the soil and oxygen and water in the pipe and all of that. So we have wax buildup in pipeline, naphthalene and aspartame, all these build up in pipeline. So these are problems that our pipelines usually have, and we are expecting them to last us for years. So there are also, the next year is the aging infrastructure. These pipelines, they have been built, that has been designed, that has been planned to last for 20 years. But in my backyard, there are some pipelines that are already 60 years. So there are strategies, there are ways in which these pipelines can be retrofitted for the next energy carriers. So we have third party and vandalism. That's why I say maybe there is actually a connection between politics and pipelines in Nigeria. So data quality limitations. So data is very important. There's no way we can get these jobs done without effective data management. Then raw threat classification, just like the way I said, threats are being classified in three ways. We have the time-dependent threats and time-independent threats and the resident threats. The time-dependent threats are just like the ones I mentioned, the corrosion, internal and external corrosion, wall thinning, wax decomposition, and aspartame and all of that. Then the time-independent are just like aging infrastructure and third-party vandalism. Then the resident threats are manufacturing flaws. You know, these equipments are not perfect. They are not 100% ideal. Some may have dents, some may have deformities when they come from the OEMs. So these need to be accounted for. So these are inspection technologies that are currently trending, that are currently on ground. We all know about this technology. We have the MFL, the magnetic flux leakage tool, which is used in carrying out corrosion. Then when you want to get the status of your pipeline, you launch in an MFL. An MFL will get the data, the right data for you. You need to carry out, just like the way I analyzed, you get your complete PMS framework. You don't miss any gap. You don't miss any stage. You get your MFL launched into your pipe. You retrieve your data, you interpret the data, and retrieve your MFL. So this is a perfect strategy. This is a perfect equipment. This is a perfect tool for we to deploy. I know currently that BG Technical has such technology. Then with the UT2 ultrasonic testing tool, so there it helps in wall thinning and metal loss when you want to detect those problems. So we also have the EMAT, the electronic magnetic acoustic transducer. This also helps to identify cracks. So you see there are a lot of different technologies for different challenges. Then we also have the caliper there that helps to identify ovality in pipelines and then deformation and dents. So in conclusion, what I'm telling us is the world is moving, the industry is changing. So, but one thing we should know is that as we are embracing AI, we should always embrace human judgment. By the time we add AI and human intelligence, we'll have a very perfect and a very perfect job being done. So thank you very much. I know I've wasted time.
Celebrate him now. Do better for him. Artificial intelligence and human intelligence is the way forward. When we make both of them work together, ladies and gentlemen, it will bring better pipeline integrity for our industry. We switch gears to the panel session, ladies and gentlemen. The time we have been waiting for. I'll be calling the panelists, and of course, they'll have their seat just as I call them. The very first to the panel is a dynamic industry leader and a seasoned operations strategist, the Chief Operating Officer of BG Technical Limited. Help me welcome Mr. Udoka Onwoha. Because Mr. Udoka has years of experience in engineering operations, pipeline services, projects execution, and plays a significant role in driving BG Technical Limited's commitment to quality, safety, and technical excellence across Nigeria's energy sector. Yes, have a seat there, sir. And joining him, ladies and gentlemen, is a strategic leader and an advocate for local capacity development. Of course, Engineer Eloho Amagada, FNSE, FIMEC-E, the Chief Executive Officer of Amelin Project Limited, and Member Board of Trustees of Pipeline Professionals Association of Nigeria. Help me celebrate Engineer Amagada. To this panel, he brings decades of experience in engineering, design, project execution, energy policy consulting, championing excellence, and professionalism in Nigeria's pipeline and energy landscape. Also joining on the panel is the woman with the most amazing name in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Dr. Adegowigo Emuevoge. Celebrate her, please. Renowned for her depth of expertise in pipeline, energy systems and infrastructure management, combined with a strong passion for mentorship and industry development. Of course, she continues to shape the conversation around sustainable pipeline operations in Nigeria and beyond. The second lady on this panel, please can we celebrate Dr. Vincent for balancing in now, 2 males, 2 female. At least he's listening. Oh, he knew that Dr. Felicia will come back. And he did, Madam, let me report him. The first panel, there was no woman. But he knew you're coming back. He's balanced it. Please celebrate Dr. Felicia for her influence in making him respect diversity and inclusion. The next lady, ladies and gentlemen, is a dynamic professional and a strategic business leader. She's the South Commercial Team Lead for Fidelity Bank PLC. She brings a wealth of experience in energy finance, corporate banking, and commercial strategy, helping to build strong partnerships between financial institutions and the energy sector. Help me celebrate Mrs. Joy Adetola. I think it should be male, female, male, female. Ma, please wait there. BOT, sir. BOT, sir. Please, I think you should sit down here so that she can sit in between. So to be, I need to be male, female, yeah. Okay, sandwich them. Awesome. And I think the moderator will stay here so that we can have it men at the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for today's event is a leader known for technical depth, strategic thinking, and industry innovation. He is the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Solwant Group, Engineer Solomon Ewanehi, ably represented by the General Manager, Technical, Engineer Joseph Igbinosa. Please celebrate the moderator for today, who has become a beacon of engineering excellence and pipeline service innovation. The panel session will delve on a crucial topic: zero gas flaring by 2030. Strategies and technologies for pipeline gas capture and expansion. Sir? Okay, okay, Engineer Uzoma is joining? Okay. I think it's left. It's not here. It's not here anymore. Engineer Uzoma is not here. Engineer Uzoma of Here's Energy. No, the name was not given to me, so I'm not sure he's part of us. So the moderator who would like to have more men over there. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this time again. My people will always say that a matter that has been discussed before does not have a new name. They'll say that thing. So why we are here is because of what is behind us. That is building robust pipeline system for the decade of gas and beyond. Of course, you and I know that for us to have what we term and what we say and put our hands on our chest to say is a robust gas pipeline system. This aspect that is still trailing us, that Associate Professor Vincent talked about very passionately yesterday. If we play with it, we cannot say we are having a robust gas pipeline systems and all of that, and that is gas flaring. So why we are here this afternoon is to look at ways, strategies by which this monster can be tamed. And like somebody has said before, the wastage we are experiencing currently is almost equal to what we think we are getting from what is happening now. So that is why these gentlemen and ladies are right here with us. And what a joy it is that today, or rather this last session, we have two women. That is all-inclusive session. Please, let's put our hands together for, well, it's attributable to our madam, Dr. Felicia, who advocated for the women to be here, and today we are having them here. Once again, thank you very much. Now, what we are going to be looking at very briefly here now is what we're going to be doing to ensure that gas flaring is completely eliminated or reduced to the barest minimum that we say may not be of concern again as it were to us by year 2030. That is zero gas flaring, strategies and technologies for pipeline gas capture and expansion. Of course, we know that once we tame this monster, there will be expansion in the utilization or the volume of what we'll be having for our positive development. So we'll be looking at some of the things that we want to hear or want our panelists to tell us that will help us and will be, as it were, our take-home from this session. I want to start with our MC said there's a woman amongst us that the name rings bell. I think let me start with her. Women first. Madam Dr. Voke, please can you tell us how collaboration between government, private sector, and community stakeholders can be enhanced to ensure sustainability or sustainable pipeline development? Collaboration between government, private sector, and community stakeholders. How this can be enhanced to have a sustainable pipeline development. Just 2 minutes, ma'am.
All right,
we
sir.
don't have much time as told.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one more. I'll just go straight to, you said how collaboration between the private public sector. First, the government have private sectors that represent interests in country. One of those interests is one of those.
The battery is weak. Take this.
Okay, sorry. So I was saying the government has established some collaboration system in place. So one of those collaboration systems in country is still the local content. So I'll go back to the local content. So local content has been established to actually guide, act as a catalyst between the government and the sectors. So we can get collaboration in terms of funding first, and then in terms of driving it down to the community. So in terms of funding, you can get it through the SDMB, through that same NCF 1% and via the Bank of Industry. So they can guide you on how to do that. That's one. Then secondly, from the presentation that was just made on financials, you could get investors, people who are interested in investing. There are individuals who have money to invest in projects, viable projects. So you could get those persons. And then, thirdly, there are investors abroad too who are interested in, investing into new businesses. You can identify those persons. And then lastly, there are, okay, I belong to WeOrg. You can make women, so I'm not advocating for women, but there are some incentives that if you have women at the aims of your affair, maybe in your board, there are some certain financial freedoms you can get from UN and other agencies in the world that promote collaboration. Therefore, the communities, now on the promoting those gas flaring and co, you can get people from experts. We all belong to communities here. So it is key from what we are taking away from here. It's not all about working on the private sector, public sector. Let's take this back to our communities. When we come to events like this, we all came from communities. We can go back, just like we discussed on the issue of the institutions. We can go, since we're saying there should be partnership between the institutions and the government and even the private sector. So in forums like this, we who have been opportune to see the light, let me use the word like that, we can form a synergy, go back to our community, try to educate our people, have a sense of belonging, and see how we can drive this initiative with the government and ensure that come 2030, even if the gas flaring is not reduced, it can be, it's not totally eliminated, but it can be reduced to an acceptable limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just do a follow-up question. What you have said now is that when we have this collaboration, government, private sector, and the community, because the community, they are the landlords of whatever thing we are talking about now. Because you can have all of these things together, and then because they are the owners of the place that the thing passes through, they can rock the table. That's what you have said now. Okay, thank you very much. Flowing from that, I want to ask Engineer Loha Magada, what are the key strategies currently driving Nigeria's goal to achieve zero routine gas flaring by 2030, and how effective have these been so far?
Okay.
Let me take it again.
No, thank you so much.
You got what I said?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so I'll go straight to the point. So Nigeria actually has implemented several strategies to ensure goal zero in 2030. The first one, is actually part of our commitment to the Paris Agreement and our national climate goals. So the first strategy was actually to inaugurate in 2016 the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program. It was, the initiative actually was inaugurated in 2016, and the main goal is a robust goal, is to ensure that we capture the gas that is fled across Nigeria by the major oil producing companies. We capture it, annex it, and put it into to generate electricity, energy, and also for industrial and commercial use. Sometime, is it 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the government actually set out a bid for different companies to bid for a space to be issued a license to operate in this atmosphere, and a lot of companies were selected and given a license to operate. So I can, in clear terms, we have achieved a lot, because from the data from NMPC, we have, in the last decade, we have moved between 2022 and 2024, we have moved from 25 million cubic meters to 16 billion cubic meters. So it's about an average of about 60% reduction in gas flare across the country. So the second one is the Decade of Gas initiative, and that's what we have been talking about the past since yesterday. And the main idea is actually to have a robust pipeline to ensure that the gas, instead of flaring it, we annex it and take it to where we can actually use it, for domestic and industrial use. And, that gave rise to the AKK, the OB3, and a lot of pipelines we've been talking about. So, yeah, there are great improvements, and we hope that we achieve it in 2030. There are challenges. We have the technical challenges, we have the regulatory framework challenges, and we have financial challenges. Technical, a lot of equipment, is required, and we do not have a lot of them here at the moment. Regulatory penalties are too low. I made mention of that in my presentation. If I have to pay ₦1 for maybe 1 million cubic meter of a flat gas, then obviously I'll prefer to pay the penalty than going to invest money, because you need a lot of resources to invest to actually capture this gas. So let me end there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yet again, I'll do a little follow-up on what you have said now. What you have told us now is like the table is set. Yeah. Food is ready, that kind of a thing now. Now I go to Engineer Udoka. Now that the table is set, can you tell us here what will be the economic and social, what will be the environmental and socio-economic benefits that will be anticipating from achieving this goal we are talking about? You get what I'm saying? And how can this be maximized? Because somebody said, very easy to become successful, but another terrain, difficult to maintain that status to be a success. So please, what are the things that we anticipate from it? Environmental and socio-economic benefits, so that we'll know. When I get to my village, I tell them that, look, if you bust this pipeline and the thing is, all of us go down inside, you understand? So please, can you tell us?
Hello. Okay, let me start from there and be historical with what you're saying when you get to your community. I have not been around the gas flare for some time, but about more than 20-something years ago, when I joined the industry, we were frequently around it. And if you go around the gas flare area, you see the damage. You just notice the damage. In fact, as you are coming closer, you start feeling the heat. And at that time, a lot wasn't said about climate change, about greenhouse gas emission and all. We weren't talking about that. I mean, we were talking about it, wasn't as huge as it is now. So, but what we are seeing now is that it has become a major issue. And to answer your question directly, what we can benefit is very huge. First of all, we will save the environment. We will save the environment. We are talking about climate change. Nigeria is a signatory to all the international agreements that is aiming to curtail climate change. And then we can have in our communities, for instance, if you are coming from the Niger Delta area, like I stay in Port Harcourt, we have experienced a very bad experience with soup and all that. And it comes from gas flaring, as well as it comes from bunkering. We know that is there, but we have been flaring gas for a long time with over almost 150 gas flare areas in the Niger Delta. So if we can achieve the goals of a decade of gas, we will curtail that. So you have impact on the environment, on the climate, the host communities, and of course it's going to bring in more revenue for the government. because the government designating gas as a transition gas, where we are moving from just flaring it to going to greener, will help it to bring in more revenue for government, because we are going to, the policies that are in place will help in gas capturing. It is empowering gas capturing. It is putting policies in place that empower gas capturing. It is also putting policies in place that encourage investors to come in. So gas capturing, receiving investors, then you have the off-takers coming in. We talked about bankability. People will be willing to invest money because they see that government is putting policy in place and they can get their money back. So the benefits are very huge. By 2030, another thing that goes with it, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. We can achieve that. It is huge, but we can achieve that. The successes we have achieved since we started the decade of gas, which started in 2021, has shown that if we continue, we can achieve it. AKK is there. Government is focused on it. My company happened to work on AKK. So I know that government is very serious about getting it on stream. There is also the issue of government. There is also the issue of government trying to get us to use gas for other purposes, like using it for transport. If we do all these things, the benefit for the environment, for our world, will be very huge. So it is multifaceted. I'm glad we are talking about it. It is not something we can finish in this panel, but we need to keep having the conversations.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for Engineer Odoka. From what you have said, you are saying that our government is providing the enablers, or rather what we may call enabling environment.
Yes.
By, like what you have said now, that's making room or the landing spot easy for investors to come. Is it also? These investors, they will not come with just ordinary hand in pocket like that. They are coming with something. And that one now takes us to Madam Adetola Joy, who will tell us here how Nigeria can leverage financing and investment opportunities now from what we have heard. Our government is providing all of these things to accelerate this gas pipeline expansion. Okay, I want to talk about the expansion. This monster must be killed first. That this gas flaring must be killed, otherwise we cannot expand. When we were in secondary school, they gave us one mathematics. Water was poured into a bucket at particular rate at a time, and then there was a hole, small hole again, that water was still coming out from that bucket. So for us to have that bucket to be filled up, something must be done. It's either you reduce the inflow or you block the outflow. Otherwise, you keep having this deficiency. So this monster must be killed. So how do we now, as we are here, with what has been said now, leverage on these financing and investment opportunities so we accelerate this expansion mantra we are talking about now? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there are quite a number of financing options. We've been talking about the AKK project. That's a public-private partnership. We also have a BOT, Build, Operate, and Transfer. And a while ago, my colleague talked about syndicated loans or co-lending partnerships, where you have a couple of banks coming together to share the credit risk, and provide financing, to the operators. Then, in addition to that, we also have what we call multilateral funding that comes from all these credit agencies like the Afro-Exim Bank, US Exim Bank, Bank of Industry, Africa Development Bank. Now, these funds are particularly important because they offer very reduced interest rates, which, you know, is really attractive. You know, the interest rates come in single digits. Okay, aside that, it also offers a longer tenure. Now, for the commercial banks within Nigeria, we would naturally like our transactions to cycle out between 3 to 5 years. But when you get funding from these credit agencies, like I've mentioned, the tenure is a bit longer, which will actually suit this purpose, because we've been told, even in this forum, that, you know, the return on investments for pipeline construction can take as much as 6 to 10 years. So you need a credit agency that can give you, you know, reduced interest rates and a longer tenure, you know, to play with the funds. I think, you know, with these, we can actually access credit, you know, to put the pipelines in place for our future. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for her. She has just kind of steered the honest this thing. Now, you are saying now that I can come, or we can come, and then you'll be our succor in terms of what we need to do, what we are talking about now.
Definitely.
So the next thing now will be to break it down for every one of us to understand the step by step how we can get to that level where we now say, yes, we have gotten to that place, and it becomes very easy. And that is to say, apart from this Bank of Industry or whatever, we in our company, I know since, I can't remember the number of years, people from Bank of Industries, they have been coming to our facility. We have talked with them till as we speak now. Nothing has come to us. I don't know if there's any person in Bank of Industry. Nothing has come to us to say, okay, use this thing and go ahead, whatever. So these bottlenecks, they are still there. I don't know if there is anything you think you can tell us, because you are the insider person. You understand? So, okay, these are some of the things that we who are coming should do to be able to have a safe landing. Please, can you tell us?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My colleague that presented the paper earlier had actually touched on quite a number of things. The risk asset criteria has to be met. Now, the bank has a lot of things that we're looking out for. Are you licensed to do this job? Number one. Number two, where do you operate from? Your location. Is it secure? Number three, do you have contracts in place? Are we just going to give you money based on speculation? No bank wants to do that. So you have your contracts in place, you're able to meet up with the risk asset criteria that has been set by the bank. You're also able to secure that facility, because security is key. Now, when those criteria have been met, you know, the bank can then proceed to approve that request and give that facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is, the door is thrown open for us now.
Definitely.
We will come to your bank, Fidelity Bank. Please, let's put our hands together for her. So, everybody or any person that has need for financing can go to Fidelity Bank. I think that will set the stage for every one of us to follow. Thank you very much. Gentlemen and ladies, we want to thank you for, you know, being part of these discussions. The purpose of this discussion is to let every one of us know that opportunities abound within us here, and the government of the day is providing an enabling environment for us to move. And that here in this country, we may not see the dividend now, we may not be seeing it now. To me, it's like building a house. You want to build a skyscraper. You have to dig deep, and while that is done, I've been asking a question, but I've not really seen the answers that satisfy my curiosity. When civil engineers are going to build, they will use zinc or whatever to condone all the place. Is it that they should not see what is happening there? But I know that when we are building, the foundation laying is not smooth, it's not fine. Those of us who are engineers go to site, we wear safety boots and all of that. By the time we come out, you know, our bodies are dirty. we go and clean up and come and be speaking grammar outside. We don't know what we have gone through. That's what is happening. So what is happening in the Nigerian gas sector is that the foundation is being laid now. Except a few that have, the eyes beyond what we are seeing now, that be able to know that we are taking the right step in the right direction. But one thing remains constant. If we move with this trajectory and we begin to gain traction, ultimately the goal we have set for ourselves is achievable, just like Ono Udoka has said. So, with that, gentlemen and ladies, let's be positive. That this thing we are talking about, I'm seeing Engineer Loho going back and then begin to put things in place so that maybe by the time we come here again, 2026, we'll discover that a lot of these things have been answered, and then we now know that we are moving to our Eldorado zone. Once again, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for our panelists. Thank you for giving us insight to this discourse. And I know that as we go to implement them, we'll return with positive good news. Thank you very much. MC.
Thank you. Please, family photo. They did amazing, right? Celebrate them, please. Celebrate them. Celebrate them. Thank you. Thank you. Family photo. Plan chairman, Dr. Felicia, Dr. Vincent, we'll need you on stage to join them for a photo. And of course, our boss from Mugini, yes, thank you. Please join them for a family photo. Dr. Vincent will like you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the communique is done at the end of our conference, where we share the entire activity right from day one. Photographer, are you done? Beautiful. Please celebrate our moderator once again. He took 30 minutes and managed the entire session. 30 minutes. Thank you. And so, at the end of this 2-day summit, the communique actually captures key activities and takeaways from the 2 days conference. And so, right about now, I'll be calling the man who developed the communique to share it on the screen. Your duty is to sit like kings and queens and tell us where there could be correction so that he updates it. I hope you understand me. Don't do anything. Just read what is on the screen. Wherever you see a mistake or where you feel should be updated, say, sorry, sir, this can be put better. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the man. Okay, he's told me that we should probably give him a few minutes to do finishing touches on the panel session. What do you say, sir? Okay, while we wait for communicate to wrap up, since the communique is what is keeping us, the young plan have a presentation. And to manage, so I believe you're the one managing it, right? Please help me welcome the business development manager of Umugini, Engineer Okoyene, as he comes forward to manage that for 10 minutes while we have a communique being drafted and finalized.
All right, thank you. Thank you, MC. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again to everyone. All protocols observed again once more. As part of what we are doing here at NIPITECS and Pipeline Association of Nigeria, we recognize that there is need for the younger generations to be part of what we are doing, right? We agree that the professionals we have here today were once students. They are once young graduates, and they are part of what we are doing. And we believe that to take the battle or to take the baton forward, the younger generation also needs to be recognized and also be a part of what we are doing here in NIPITECS. So we are trying to have what we call the young professionals, which are the younger generations that will take over or that will come in to do the research we'll talk about. Young graduates, master students, PhD students that will also not just be practitioners, but also bring the academic edge into the Pipeline Association of Nigeria. So please, may I use the opportunity to call for all the YPs, all the young professionals that want to be a part of NIPITECS and Pipeline Association of Nigeria. Can I call all of you to come forward, please? We have a few of them. We have your pictures here already. But can I have all of them come up, please? All the young professionals, can I have you all of us lined up here now? So we'll begin to prepare for 2026. So as pipeline professionals, we believe that the younger generation also have a part to play here in moving our clock and moving our hand forward. So can I have all of you come up, please? Can I have all of you just line up? Let's have them line up. All right. So they are actually answering the energy call. We believe being a part here, all of us here, at some point, energy called us and we answered. So these younger ones also, we believe that we have to prepare them for the energy call. Let me just have all of you. A few of them are outside. Listen, can you check? Can I get all of them standing outside? Can you call? I want every young professional, school graduates, undergraduates, and recent graduates. Can I have all of them line up here, please? It is time for you to answer the energy call. That call is coming as young professionals in the Pipeline Association. I want to have all of you line up here so we can understand where we are going to. By next year, we'll have them have their own session. They'll talk about their research. They'll talk about their school. They'll talk about all what they are going to do. And for those that are graduates also, as mentors as well in the industry, we also have to put them through, look for job opportunities that will allow them to contribute to the energy industry. Is that all? Can you beckon on them, those that are outside, the young professionals? Can I have them in here, please? All right. Thank you. Just hurry up. Let's get them here. So succession planning, we know, is very, very important in every organization. And we're preparing the younger generation very, very quickly so they can be a part of what we have. We've had success stories already because we didn't just start here already. We have several other networks with which we work with that has given birth to each and every one that we have here. So can I have the flyer? Can I have the flyer in, please? Excellent. So the energy call for young professionals, each and every one of you, I want to especially welcome you on behalf of the NIPITECS and Pipeline Association of Nigeria. We want to officially welcome you all to be a part of what we are doing here as Pipeline Professional Association of Nigeria, right? A round of applause for them if you want to. Thank you very much. There is an official process of onboarding, right? So there are documentations you will fill, there are a lot of things you will go through for us to run through the onboarding process, and then we have a part to play as well to bring you all on board. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Oh, okay, excellent. All right, so again, the intention of this is to ensure that next year, when we're having our NIPITECS programs, we would have onboarded all of them already. We will have them come and also tell their stories of how they have gone. And the idea behind this is each and every one of us here that are professionals here, at some point we got into the industry. There was a call on us. There was a call for us to answer, right? And we have become professionals now. It's our duty to also now mentor these younger ones. And those conversations, we had them, very heated conversations about research and all of that. We are not the ones that are going to do the research, right? They are going to bring the raw data to us and say, these are the trends we are seeing in AI, right? I was monitoring this pipeline, and all along, I've been noticing that there's this particular data that comes by 12 o'clock. What does this mean? We go back and we look at it. We can use our experience to guide them on where to go. But they have all the time. They have all the energy. They have all the things to go through those research. And then through them, we are able to, understand better some of the things that we're doing in industry. And I'm happy that many other companies have talked about having researchers and they are interested in developing the technology that we have in Nigeria. So we see this as a very rare opportunity, both on the mentor side, on the mentee side. And as part of one of the things I've learned in the last few years is reverse mentorship. While we are old and we are teaching them, we see a new trend of them thinking, their way of thinking, very different from how we think. And then we encourage them also to come up. So again, I want to especially welcome you guys. And then we've had a wonderful story of one of the mentees. I've personally mentored some of them for the past 2-3 years already. We've had success story. Gabriel Allison was here last year, as an opportunity that was given to him by VSET and Plan as a whole and NIPITECS. And that presented more opportunities for him. I would not want to tell his story, but in 5 minutes, Gabriel, so that you tell us your story, how from Plan in Abuja, you went to Berlin to represent Plan, and also these young people in Nigeria and how you got there. So tell the story so we understand that we're not just joking here. We don't just think that there are faces here. We believe that opportunities are here in Plan. And we want to push them up. We want to put them in our companies. We want to ensure that these faces that we see here will represent us, not just in Nigeria, also on the foreign scene. If you look on the screen there, you see Gabriel also. This is our counterpart Plan in Germany, right? We saw an opportunity, we put him there and some of the research he has done, and he gave him the award as one of the young professionals representing Nigeria, the first Nigerian that won this award. It came from Plan here. A round of applause for Gabriel as we listen to his story. Make it very brief, 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriel Allison, a young professional, a young pipeliner. I'm currently interning at BG Technical as a result of the Renaissance NSTDMB patent program. Last year, I was here. I did a presentation. That presentation was as a result of my final year project, which was designing a real-time pipeline monitoring system as a solution to crude oil theft in Nigeria. That problem has been something we have been battling with ages, but it came to me as a challenge, and I saw how I can make use of that challenge and turn it into an opportunity. I ended up designing a prototype which is currently undergoing a patent, and that research was presented here last year, and it soared high, and I was given the opportunity by Plan. I was also nominated as one of the pipeliner globally, and eventually I won the award as a young pipeliner international, an emerging young pipeline professional award in Germany. So this particular opportunity was a global opportunity. We have people all over the world, 7 continents, Asia, America, North America, and Africa. So I'm actually the first Nigerian and the first African getting this award as a result of my nomination from Plan and my support from the support I got from NIPITECS and also River State University as a final year student. So thank you very much, Plan. Thank you very much, NIPITECS, for this platform. This is a platform for young pipeliners, young professionals. There are a lot of platforms like SPE, the rest of them. But this is a midstream-centered platform that young people need to take advantage of. I'm a testimony. I've seen and I've flown from Nigeria to Berlin. So I also believe most of us, we have ideas. We have good ideas. We have good innovation that can take us from Nigeria down to the world. So thank you very much, Plan. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that wonderful story, Alison. This is just a testament that a lot can go on from here. We might see this as a small platform, a few people that are gathered together, but no, it's recognized internationally what we are doing here. And we believe there will be many more Alisons that will come up from this team that we're having here. So we want to officially inaugurate a YP, that's a young professional for the Pipeline Association of Nigeria, and that's what we're doing here. By next year, we will have them officially stand up for themselves and tell us the story they have. So I want to use the opportunity. All right, thank you very much. So again, like I mentioned again, this is a very good platform for young professionals, again, that we have here in Nigeria and in Plan to get them engaged as well. Every year when we have this program, we reach out to them in their universities to ensure that they're part of what they are doing here today. I'm very excited to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 people already, and many more out there already responding to our call here. So I really want to thank you all for coming here. You have chosen a very, very, very lucrative and very, very career-minded industry. I want to encourage you guys to go out there and put all your entire energy. And I believe that we can actually make something out of this. We've provided you this platform already specifically because we know that greatness can come out of here. And I want to encourage you all and look forward to you working wonders and also pushing Plan and NIPITECS to the next level. Thank you all very much for your time. Thank you.
Celebrate them. Please a group photo with our bosses. Hold on with our bosses. Just the last photo with our bosses, the Plan, VOTs, please. VIPs, join them for a photo, please. Celebrating excellence. Dr. Vincent, please join him on a photo. I can remember last year where we had this event. Alison Gabriel actually did his presentation with an empty hall. Dr. Vincent came back and said, no, he has to do it in front of all of the VIPs. Yes, please in the middle. Should they come down? No, photographer wants them up. Should I come down? Okay, YPs can come down. Dr. Vincent said we should allow Vincent to do the presentation again, and today we see how far Vincent, Alison Gabriel has gone from Nigeria to the world. Bible says, seeth a man diligent in his ways, he will stand in front of kings and not be men. Please celebrate Alison once again. Congrats, Alison. We celebrate your tenacity of purpose, and this is just the starting point. Okay? Communicate, please. I need it on the screen now, please. Communicate, please. I need it on the screen, please. I need it on the screen so that Prof. Ajayi can just come and... So you can start scrolling from one. Start looking at it now. Please look at the communique. Done, right? Photographer is the final say. Are they well arranged? Photographer, please. Okay, the communication on the screen. The AGM is after lunch. After this, we go to lunch. Okay. Thank you. Celebrate them as they come back to the seat, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please communicate. I need your eyes on the screen right now. How many pages is it? 1 page. So please, eyes on the screen. Let's go. Please keep scrolling. You hold on so that Engineer Eloho Amagada can sit down and also be looking at it. Engineer Eloho, please hold on. Engineer Amagada, Plan President. Engineer Eloho, please need you look at the communication so that you can start. Thank you, sir. Your view on the communique, please. Want you to look at it so that if there are updates you can share. Plan President, you need to also kindly look at the communique. Okay, start scrolling, please. Yes.
Thank you once again. Now we need to work together collectively. The secretariat have been trying to put up some things. I'm not sure whether we're able to capture everything. So we'll go line by line so that we can come up with a better communique. The resolutions are as follows. Number one, pipelines are very critical asset that are pivotal to development of the oil and gas industry and to achieve the goal of the decade of gas. Is that okay? So we can... Okay, so where do we put development of the country there now? Okay. Yes. Yes, sir. So we can knock off to achieve the goal of the decades of gas. Okay, so let's let it go this way. Pipelines are very critical assets that are pivotal to development of the oil and gas industry and national development. 4. So remove and for national development. No, we are going to do all those typesetting later. Good. Second, a roadmap, imagineering for the future of gas should be developed and strategies built around it for proper implementation. Okay, so revised roadmap, re-engineered roadmap. Re-engineered roadmap or revised. So which one do we use? We re-engineer it or we revise it? when you are revising, it's like it's more of grammatical, but when you are re-engineering, you're actually putting new structure on ground. I stand to be corrected. So, so we should remove imagineering. So let's do it this way. A re-engineered roadmap. A re-engineered roadmap. We should leave imagineering. No, the concept he was trying to do is whatever you can imagine can be engineered. That's what he says. So we can call it our planned terminology for 2025. Okay. But we might not have to put it in bracket. We can just put it in apostrophe. It's bracket. Okay, fine. So a re-engineered roadmap, imagineering for the future of gas should be developed and strategized, built around it for... No. So people are not happy with imagineering. So let it go, please, so that I will not have to be the one to go. So I think already a re-engineered roadmap for the future of gas should not be developed, but should be emphasized. Already developed. We have a roadmap already. There's a roadmap already on ground. We're only re-engineering one, so we should emphasize that one, not actually develop. So a re-engineered roadmap for the future should be emphasized, okay, and strategy built around it. No. I would say and yes. Yes. Is part of it has been implemented. Part are being implemented, but we are now trying to restructure it to now incorporate things around it. Okay. We are re-engineering what is on ground. We are adding more to it. So things are changing, and we're also changing along with it. So the roadmap, we are trying to add more to the roadmap. Or it's been existing. Sorry? No, we are trying to finish that sentence, to give that sentence meaning. How much? How long? Roadmap? 2-3 years, if not more than that. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So what I'm saying is, what you have going already is the Nigeria Gas Master Plan, and that is what envisaged gas movement from where it is in abundance in the east, across the west, and all the way to the north, and also from the far east, far east all the way on the other corridor to the north. Now, what the decade of gas has done is to come on top of that platform that existed, all right, and then introduce new things, new issues like CNG, modular LNG, and all those things. So what we are saying, what we all agreed is, we need to continue looking at that to fine-tune it. So that's where the re-engineering comes in. We have to re-engineer it. But if you want, we could use another word.
No, re-engineer is okay by me. I just want to give. I want to give that
for the future.
The roadmap. I want to quantify the roadmap.
Yes.
So I'm thinking we should say a re-engineer roadmap for the future of gas should be emphasized and strategically implemented. Secretary, are you with us? A re-engineered roadmap for the future should be emphasized and strategically implemented. Are we okay with that? I'm not an English major, please. For proper implementation. Okay, so let's leave it the way it is. You have taken feature off. No. Please undo, please undo. Okay, good. So we're okay with that. Fine.
3, identify skill gaps in the pipeline subsector. Identified skill gap in the pipeline subsector should be closed with technical training, capacity building, and retraining of relevant professionals in the sector through collaboration with professional bodies, e.g. current, NSC, plan, etc. You can use the mic so that others can follow along, please.
Current is not a professional body. Current is a
Regulatory body. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So with regulatory and professional bodies.
Regulatory will come before professional bodies.
Yes, I say regulatory and professional bodies. Yes. Yeah. Except you are going to rearrange it in the bracket. Okay.
Bracket.
By policy.
Yes, policymakers supersede
okay.
Bodies. One is mandatory, the other one is voluntary.
So we can put a full stop there. A reliable database for pipeline installation and operation across the country should be developed, archived, and centralized for ease of reference. I'm sure that Engineer Pankian is happy with me now. Don't worry, I will pick you on an academia later. All right, relevant research and development by the academia on emerging pipeline technology should be encouraged and infused with the focus of indigenous pipeline industries. Is that okay by all of us? So, Secretary, can we change that technology and pluralize it? Technologies. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Each of the bullet items.
Yes.
Which ministry, which agency is going to implement?
That's what the ESCO is supposed to do after this one. After resolution, the ESCO is supposed to now identify which agency we should take this to. And then the ESCO is supposed to write officially to each of these agencies requesting that they should listen to our advice. That is what the ESCO will do. We are only capturing what we discuss here now.
One will do our communique in current or NSC.
Yeah.
We include ab initio in each of the line items. We put those agencies that need to implement that. So it becomes part of the document.
Okay, we can adopt that subsequently, but I'm not sure at this meeting now we even know all the agencies. You have the data of all the agencies. I'm not sure at this point we have all the agencies can handle that. So we give the ESCOs to actually do that. I think that was what we did last year, sir. The ESCOs do that, but we can try to adopt that. Sorry. We are talking about skill gaps identified. Where are you, please? You are number 2. Number 2. Number 2 said a re-engineering roadmap. Number 3. So, okay. So let's now that means that within the bracket now we must identify the stakeholders, or we knock off the bracket. Okay, so can we go now? Collaboration with regulatory and professional bodies as well as relevant stakeholders. I don't want to use and again, and come on, as well as relevant stakeholders. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're on 6 now. Relevant research and development by the academia on emerging pipeline technology should be encouraged and infused with a focus on, is it on or off? Indigenous pipeline. Sorry? Companies. Are you okay with that? Good to go? Fantastic. I'm seeing one hand there. Fine, good. So, 7. Somebody's going to attack me now. 6, tertiary education curriculum should include pipeline engineering, management, and innovation with focus on relevant skill acquisition. Please, let me give the man microphone, please. Let me give him mic, please.
No, what I'm saying is the use of tertiary, because what normally we know as tertiary in Nigeria is maybe, let's say, from HND and above. Now you're talking of skills, which by the Skill Council now, it's up to about 9 levels, where you can even breach the levels of education, where you have non-formal, informal, and then the formal education. But the skill itself is more in the non-formal and informal sector. So I'm looking at tertiary. Let us look for a language to use. Can we say curriculum should include pipeline engineering management, but the issue of something must qualify it. But when we bid it to tertiary, we should not be looking at, because you know, this is my lecturer. So I'm looking at how it will look as something that we calm down. So
I think I get where it's coming from. We have soft skill and hard skill. Yes. So we could get soft skill from tertiary institution. We can get soft skill from tertiary institution. But if you're now trying to merge both soft and hard skill together now, then we need to expand, we need to qualify that. If that's where you're coming from. Yes. Yes. Okay, please give us.
Talking about curriculum.
Yes.
You're already going into the BMAPs, which is NUC and Korean. So I don't know.
We are not imposing. It's a communique. It's what is the lapses in your office that we are saying and telling you.
I don't work for Korean.
I know it doesn't matter. Yes, we now look at it.
Please, this is okay. Let's move on.
Ordinarily, what they are supposed to do when they get letter from us.
Professor,
yes, sir.
this is okay.
Fantastic. Strengthening enforcement around pipeline security with the use of emerging technologies. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's okay.
Collaboration among, is it among or amongst? My English is not good. Good. Amongst engineers, policymakers, industry stakeholders, operators, and communities to engender synergy, unify efforts, and technology leverage for the purpose of accelerating development in the industry.
That's correct.
Partnership with host community should be encouraged from conception to operations of pipeline projects to enlist trust and as a consequence for peaceful coexistence and project success.
That's fine.
The word encourage should be what? Should be what? Mandatory. Do we have the right to mandate them? You have to be soft. We can regulate. We cannot mandate.
Prof,
yes.
I think this is good, you know, because
there's suggestion at the back. Where is this my guy there that is moving the mic?
We're only suggesting, you know.
So
we're only recommending. So this is good. You can't mandate.
What is your number 8, please? Can you go to number 8 again, please? Where is that guy? Let me give him mic. Sorry, sir. Wait, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, ma, so that we can enjoy what you are saying.
So I was thinking for 8, the academia should have been stated out clearly. Instead of industry stakeholders, you called engineers, policymakers, And I
Okay.
think everybody was highlighting academia.
Yeah, you want to attack me, no problem. I understand. So let's remove engineers. 8, remove engineers, put academia. Because engineers are industry stakeholders. Okay, put academia, comma, engineer. There's academia. Okay, fine. So it's okay now. We are good. Good to go. All right. 10. Relevant and effective policies, laws, and regulations to drive the industry must be in place for the sustainability of investment and growth in the sector. Must is too hard. Can we find something else? Should. Must is concentrated. Microphone, sir. Number 8 again.
Academia refers to the system. If you look at that word, collaboration amongst engineers are human beings. Policymakers are human beings. Academia is a system. The human beings that are doing the work, they are academics. So if we are referring to the human beings, it has to be changed to academics.
Please correct that our English jargon that way. You never told me that you had a PhD in English language. You never told me. Well, that was a correct one. Next. 10. 11. Government tariffs should be transparent and cost reflective for business growth. I think we should knock that off, please. That should be knocked off. It's not our rule. Let's remove that one, please. Sorry, another observation. Yes, talk, sir.
What if we say government should provide the enabling environment? It's a common word, but we still need to emphasize it.
For what?
We have to have the enablers. We are looking at which number now?
She has knocked it off.
Please, can you come back?
Come back, please.
Just undo, you get it back. Yes, we are talking about tariffs.
Yes.
You know that a lot of taxes here and there and all of that, they are in vogue and they can hamper some of these things we are talking about. So what if we use the word enabling environment, a very robust enabling environment?
I think
it's better spoken than written.
Exactly.
So let's just take
so that we can go back and forth. He say, she say, he say, she say. So let's knock that one off, please. Let's knock that economic component off. That's 11. Simplification of regulation by relevant bodies in alignment with standard as well as association license issuance. I think that should be captured under 10. Under effective policy regulations. So maybe what we can put there is simplification. We should be able to try to merge 10 and 11. My own opinion. 10 and 11. We'll merge 10 and 11 together later. I don't know. Yeah, we'll merge 10 and 11 together. They are almost the same. They are both on policies. 12. Decarbonization policies of government should be taken more seriously and supported with adequate data. And it's gone. Bring it back. With adequate data and parameter for measuring its implementation towards achieving the ultimate climate goal. Too big. Yeah, it's still part of SDG project, so we can knock this one off, right? Let's knock it off, please. 12 should go, please. Yes, 12 should go. The establishment of platform for synergy between students, academia, and industry to address issues affecting national treasure. We have that one. We are going to merge it with. We are going to merge this one with number 8. I think somewhere 8. See, can you take that one now to 8? It's becoming tautology. Okay, to merge with wherever it is. There is need for indigenous pipeline construction company to enable retainment of foreign exchange in the country. That was not what we discussed. It was during the panel meeting. We are there already, right? We just need to improve on what we have. So let's 13 go. Let the whole of 13 go. We discussed about migration from, that was during the technical management, moving from foreign to local content issue. So how do we frame that now? You want Mike? Help me out. My English is low now. Help me. My English is low. Please boost it for me.
I didn't study English as well. So we can just talk around human capacity development, retain it like local content. I know what we talked about then has to do with expertise of the foreigners, but now the local content, the NCDBNB, so the local content in terms of human capacity development also. I think we can just frame it around it.
So let's look at encourage human capacity development from local content for local industry.
That's fine.
I was just talking, I was not thinking.
No, that's fine. So then by the time it gets to the management or the board, we can now fine-tune the final one that will go.
Do you understand what I said, Secretary? I said encourage human local participation. Okay? Encourage local participation with view of I don't know, I said something now, but I can't remember. Let me have the mic. Maybe I will get people to help me out. Please help me out. English is not my first language. Yoruba is. I thought you were going to help me. So what do we say? Any idea? The point is we want to encourage. No. Generic. Engineering system, yes, sir. We'll address that. We'll address that later. Yes, almost done.
Yeah, I think one very important issue that came up, or point that was discussed, is the issue of financing and funding.
Yes.
And the importance of, there was something very important that the speaker, I think Emeka Nkwanta, the manager from
Access
the
Bank,
executive from Access Bank said, and which we all kind of agreed on, is that the funding for pipeline for pipeline projects in Nigeria should be built into the capital projects, capital funds. There should be opportunity to access capital from existing funds and pockets of funds set aside to encourage projects like pipeline.
So
I don't know how he said it.
So funding for, are you with me, Secretary?
That's a major issue.
Yes.
So he referred to things like several.
Okay. Funding for pipeline projects in Nigeria should be built into capital fund for easy assessment.
Yeah, and the execution of projects. Yeah. So funds like sovereign wealth fund that is tied there. There is the NCDMB fund. There is all these projects we have for gas development. There is nothing in them that points to
Pipeline
capital for those projects.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons those projects are suffering.
Yeah, okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
I don't know if it makes sense.
I get the point, sir. It does.
If you say, go and build pipelines, and you don't say, this is one easy way to raise money, raise capital, or raise the equity fund to support that project, the project flounders.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing today.
Okay.
And in the case of AKK, they had to go and ring-fence some revenue streams from gas sales in order to fund it.
Yeah.
Because there is no mechanism, even though there is a pension fund, there is NCDMB fund, there is sovereign national wealth fund that are sitting somewhere. There is no linkage. They are not pointed at. There is no provision in those documents to access this capital for it.
So what I'm going to do is I think is Emeka still around? So what we can do is we'll call him later. If there is a terminology that is important, there is a terminology, or we look at his paper again.
Or we get his paper.
Yes, and then we go through that.
And extract the right terminology. It's
Yes.
very important.
Fantastic, sir.
Very important. And
we'll build on it, sir. We'll
please move it up to the
No, we're going to prioritize. We're going to prioritize it. Yes.
That one needs to.
It should be. Yes, ranking. It should be second after the asset. Yes, I agree with
That's
you.
one of the
Secretary, move the funding to number 2. Funding to number 2, please. Yes, move it to number 2, please. That 14 should go to number 2. So we are. I think we are all done. Okay, final one, please, sir. Please, sir. I will do that, sir. I will do that. You can trust me. I will do that, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few general comments. My suggestion would be we shouldn't have more than 10. So if it's possible to, not here, maybe go back, consolidate it, merge it. We shouldn't have more than 10. And the top ones, like we've said, like the funding should really go up there. And if possible, the language should be retweaked to make them actionable. Yeah, some of them are, yeah, we understand what they mean because we are here, but the communication is going out. If somebody picks it, they should be able to run with it immediately, not to have to start trying to understand the English. So let's make them actionable. Thank you.
Thank you. Celebrate.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajayi, for that very detailed communique. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of NIPITECS 2025. You made history. Can you give yourself a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, because we want to capture you in history, we want to take a group photo with everybody here. Just come front, take a group photo, and then from here we line up and go have lunch at the designated area for lunch. Or dinner, you call it dinner, it's fine. Please understand that we are having an extraordinary meeting, the AGM, 30 minutes only after lunch. So please, when you're done with lunch, if you're a member, you're an intending member, please come back here and ensure you are part of us. My name is Off and On. My pleasure was to serve as your master of ceremonies. Did your MC do well? Can you give your MC a round of applause? Thank you. Please come forward for the group photograph, please. And then we go for lunch. Thank you. So you say? No, sir. Okay, so our VIPs will be down, right? And then some people can come up. Okay, please. J-Lens, get the mic and direct us, please. I don't know, should she be the last person here? Okay, so please, from this, madam, everybody should go up. She's the last person here. You made history. You're the last. She made history. You made history. Your face should be on our publication materials. So please, if you're in the hall, if your friends are outside, kindly inform them to come inside. Thank you. The one and only engineer, Christabel, we see you. Please go on stage. Thank you. Why are you still sitting? You don't want to take photos? Please join. Everybody, for everybody, please. Everybody should join the photos, please. Every single person, please. Thank you. This is going to go on social media. It's going to go viral on TikTok, on Instablog, on X, formerly called Twitter, and all social media platforms. Final announcement. The extraordinary meeting holds after lunch, just 30 minutes. Madam Josephine, you should join for the photo, please. Give yourself a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We come to the end. Thank you. The meeting after lunch is for intending plan members and plan members. Thank you and bye for now, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, a superstar technical team, as we enjoy some music from you. Members of the local organizing committee, please join Dr. Vincent on stage for a photo. Members of the local organizing committee, I appeal you should join Dr. Vincent on stage. Thank you.